Chapter 437. In the air. The Jiao had already sensed the battle between two masters, but it had no interest in meddling. If it could lie down, it wouldn't sit. If it could sit, it wouldn't stand. If it could, it wouldn't. 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 Unfortunately, the chef from last time had slipped away. But even if it didn't, its rank was too low. The Jiao didn't want to eat to its heart's content, so it didn't want to catch it. The Pekingese beside it started barking again. The Jiao couldn't be bothered. It wasn't like its lair was being raided. Why should it hurry? It would rather wait for the opponent to finish fighting before passing by. If it hadn't sensed that the two masters had run away, it would have stayed for a while longer. But when it flew to the place where the hedgehog beast had fallen, the Jiao suddenly stopped. There seemed to be a familiar smell. Its big nose twitched. The Jiao looked around. When it heard the Pekingese barking again, the Jiao didn't say a word and sent out a bolt of heaven and earth energy. If it wasn't worried about the kings in the forbidden area, it would have swallowed this guy. The Pekingese couldn't help but cry out in pain. The Jiao did not care about it and suddenly descended. As soon as it landed, the surrounding beasts roared in unison. This was the Hedgehog Ridge. They had their own king. Now that their king had gone to kill the enemy, this outsider demon had entered their territory. That was intolerable. The Jiao's big eyes showed a hint of impatience. The next moment, the Jiao opened its mouth and started sucking. Around it, countless beasts were pressed to the ground. Their blood and energy kept seeping out and quickly entered the Jiao's mouth. Roar! The Pekingese was completely enraged. It started roaring. The Hedgehog Ridge was the barrier of the forbidden area. The golden-horned beast king was slaughtering and eating here. That was a violation of the forbidden area's interests. The Jiao's eyes flashed fiercely. It was extremely impatient. A demon that had just entered the commander level had provoked it again and again. At least from its point of view, the other party had interrupted its opportunity to eat and had also forced it to go to the forbidden area to have an audience. This was the greatest provocation to it. In the next moment, thick pillars of heaven and earth power came crashing down crazily like giant pillars. The Jiao's golden claws slapped at the Pekingese again and again. The Pekingese held in pain, but did not dare to fight back. Although the golden-horned beast king had just entered the venerable realm, it was extremely powerful. Otherwise, the forbidden land would not have forced it to return. After beating up the Pekingese for a while, the Jiao did not kill the other monsters in the end. It only absorbed a large amount of their blood and energy. At that moment, the ground was littered with fallen monsters. The Jiao leisurely walked around in a circle. When it came to the side of the fallen thorns, the Jiao suddenly sniffed. After sniffing for a while, Jiao's huge eyes revealed a human-like look of contemplation. It was the aura of the silly blockhead. Why would the dumb wood's aura appear here? That silly tree had taken root in the mining area of life and would not easily leave. How could its aura appear in the forbidden area? The Jiao suddenly leapt into the air, looking at the 100 beasts forest in the distance. Then, in the next moment, the Jiao suddenly turned around, and in an instant, a giant golden claw slammed down. Boom! A loud sound rang out. In the next moment, a shrill howl resounded. The Pekingese's eyes revealed a touch of disbelief. The golden-horned beast king wanted to kill it. How could this be? How dare it? The Jiao did not howl. There was only coldness and emotionlessness in its huge eyes. Rays of heaven and earth energy intertwined on its golden horn, continuously striking down. The Pekingese's flesh and bones were torn apart. Blood flowed everywhere. Just as the Pekingese was in despair, the Jiao suddenly stopped. At that moment, the Pekingese was already severely injured and unable to move. Its core that was about to self-destruct suddenly stopped. At this moment, the long thorns that had fallen to the ground shot out in an instant. Pucci! Dozens of long thorns instantly pierced through the Pekingese's body. Then, these long thorns turned into dust and disappeared in midair. The surrounding monsters were already terrified to the extreme. Their intelligence was limited. They did not understand what had just happened. All they knew was that the Beast King had killed a monster leader. And before that, it was that monster leader who stopped the Beast King from devouring them. Although they were not very intelligent at this moment, the desire to live was an instinctive reaction. All the monsters retreated, trembling in fear. The Jiao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Suddenly, it released its mental energy, suppressing all the monsters to the ground. At that moment, the Jiao opened its mouth wide and began to eat peacefully. Without the Pekinese's disturbance, the meal was much quieter. As for the Pekinese's corpse, the Jiao did not touch it, nor did it devour it. Although a level 7 monster could devour all the monsters in the vicinity, the Jiao did not touch it. A moment later, all the monsters were devoured, turning into dried corpses. The Jiao's horn shimmered with the power of heaven and earth. With a few swings, all the dried corpses were turned into dust. At that moment, the ground shook and a hole appeared in front of the Jiao. The Jiao's nose twitched. It was indeed a familiar smell. Although the smell was weak and not obvious, it had seen it a few times and had eaten a lot of blood energy. It still remembered it. Not in a hurry to capture the chef, the Jiao turned its head and looked into the distance. Less than 100 li away, there were energy fluctuations. It should be the owners of the 2 auras from before fighting. Looking at the Pekinese's corpse beside it, the Jiao's large eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. The Forbidden Land had summoned it. What if it was injured by the Damwood? If it went to Monsterwood City, the Wood King was still there, and the Damwood was very strong. It might not be able to escape unscathed, now that the Damwood had killed the Forbidden Land's emissary. Even if the Forbidden Land suspected, if it invaded the Damwood's territory, there would probably be no demons to help it, right? The Jiao's large head kept shaking, as if thinking about something. In the next moment, the Jiao rose into the air, flying in the direction of the energy fluctuations in the distance. At the bottom of the mountain, Fang Ping was motionless like a rock. At that moment, Fang Ping was cursing in his heart. What the hell? He actually met the Jiao here, damn it. Since the first time he entered the catacombs, he had met the Jiao several times in the Magic City catacombs. Not only did he meet it near Hope City, but this time he came 600 li away from Hope City. How could he meet it here? Could it be that the Jiao's territory had expanded to here? That was unbelievable, wasn't it? At that moment, Fang Ping did not dare to continue digging, worried that he would cause a commotion and be discovered. He hoped that the Jiao was just passing by. In the distance, there were some energy fluctuations. Fang Ping also felt them, but he was too lazy to care. Who knew what was going on outside? After a while, everything was quiet. A strong aura instantly went far away. The entire Hedgehog Ridge seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. There was not a single sound in the entire mountain range. This kind of deathly silence made Fang Ping's heart anxious. What was going on? Even if the high-ranked monsters had all left the huge Hedgehog Ridge, there were still many middle-ranked and low-ranked monsters. Why was there no sound at all? Fang Ping did not dare to show his head. It was so quiet. He did not even dare to breathe, much less show his head. Wait a little more, wait a little more. About 60 li away from Hedgehog Ridge, Huang Jing's face was deathly pale. His heart was also extremely pessimistic. He was really going to die. A middle stage rank, 7 against a rank 8. How could he be a match? At that moment, the golden short sword once again appeared in front of him, but the golden glow was much dimmer. It's fine if I die, but if I lose old Wu's divine weapon, it's over. Huang Jing's heart was pessimistic. This time he had borrowed Wu Quishen's divine weapon with the intention of killing a rank 7 monster and obtaining a divine weapon. Fang Ping had said that this time, if he obtained a divine weapon, it would belong to whoever did it. He only wanted the energy mine. Huang Jing also had a strong desire for a divine weapon. Not many people knew that Wu Quishan had a divine weapon, but he knew because he was there when the teacher killed the rank 8 monster. After the incident, the teacher did not keep the divine weapon for himself, but gave it to Wu Quishan, which made Huang Jing extremely unhappy. That time when he killed the rank 8 monster, the teacher's injuries were even more serious. If not for that, the peak rank 8 teacher would not have to perish together with the middle stage rank 8 commander-in-chief in Skygate City. Now that a rank 7 like him was dead, it was not as serious as losing the divine weapon. This half-rank 9 divine weapon was much more useful in Wu Quishan's hands than in his own. This was also Wu Quishan's capital to fight against the weaker rank 9. If he lost it, the consequences would be too serious. Greed is at work. Old Lin still can't see through this. Huang Jing thought about this while controlling the golden short sword with difficulty. If not for greed, he should not have borrowed the divine weapon. At this moment, it was difficult for him to resist this crazy monster's attack. A rank 8 monster strength was much stronger than his. In addition, he had used all his strength to kill the rank 7 monster earlier. His strength was not at its peak. If not for the divine weapon, he might have been killed long ago. However, now that he was entangled with the monster, it would not be long before he was killed. At this moment, Huang Jing was thinking of nothing else but to bring the divine weapon back. Where is Fang Ping? Can he bring the divine weapon? At this moment, Huang Jing was a little anxious. He did not know where Fang Ping was. Otherwise, if he threw the divine weapon to Fang Ping and fought to the death with this monster, Fang Ping might be able to bring the divine weapon back. Just as he was thinking about whether to return to Hedgehog Ridge and fight while retreating to find Fang Ping in the next moment, Huang Jing completely dispelled this idea. On his face, there was a look of despair. This time he was really going to die. A rank 8 monster was enough to take his life. He did not expect a second one to be here. The large hedgehog beast that was attacking Huang Jing also paused slightly. It turned its head to look at the golden light that was rushing over from afar, a hint of doubt in its cold eyes. That guy from the golden-horned beast clan? Why was it here? Previously, it had also sensed the golden-horned beast king's aura. However, they were all venerables, and they did not invade each other, so it knew that the Forbidden Land had summoned the golden-horned beast king. It had sensed the golden-horned beast king passing by, as well as the messenger's aura. It should be heading to the Forbidden Land. Why would this guy rush over? Although it was a little doubtful, the hedgehog beast did not think too much about it. Could it be that the guy wanted to see if there were any benefits to be gained? Its giant eyes swept across the land of rebirth martial artist in front of it. The hedgehog beast's eyes flashed fiercely. This guy killed its descendant. It had to kill him as soon as possible. Also, that small sword, perhaps it could be devoured now. At this moment, the hedgehog beast's attack, frequency, and power increased. Blood flowed from Huang Jing's mouth, and the celestiality around him began to thin. He could not hold on any longer. There was nowhere to run. At this time, Huang Jing's celestial bridge and 3 Sanjiao gates appeared. Even if he was going to die, he would fight to the death. The golden short sword was also shining brightly. Since he could not bring it away, he would think of a way to self-destruct. Just as Huang Jing was prepared to fight to the death, to severely injure this monster, even if he had to die, a golden glow approached from afar. The next moment, the golden glow stopped. The hedgehog beast's attack slowed down slightly. It twisted its spotted head and glanced at the Jiao roaring. Roar! The Jiao roared as well, as if responding to something. A hint of anger appeared in the hedgehog beast's eyes. Damn it, it wanted this sword. The hedgehog beast continued to roar, and the Jiao continued to respond. After a moment, both parties seemed to have reached an agreement. The Jiao's large eyes instantly turned to Huang Jing. Huang Jing gritted his teeth. The celestial bridge trembled violently, and at this moment, The Jiao pounced toward him like a bolt of lightning. 2 rank 8 monsters were attacking a rank 7. Huang Jing was extremely indignant. Was he going to die just like that? Just as his Sanjiao gate began to tremble, waiting for the other party to get close to him and explode. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The golden glow that was shooting toward him changed direction instantly. The next moment, the golden glow charged toward the hedgehog beast. Boom! The 2 giant golden beasts collided in the blink of an eye. The Jiao's sudden attack on the hedgehog beast was beyond both Huang Jing and the hedgehog beast's expectations. It had already reached an agreement with the golden-horned beast king. It had even promised to take nothing but the little sword. Why would the golden-horned beast king still attack it? Was the golden-horned beast king not afraid that the Forbidden Land would find out about this? Roar! The hedgehog beast roared, as if it was saying something. Although Huang Jing was stunned, he did not even think about it. He hurriedly withdrew his Sanjiao gate and celestial bridge, turned around, and was about to escape. Before he could leave, an aura locked onto him. The Jiao, who was attacking the hedgehog beast, locked onto him. Its giant golden eyes also looked at him, then at the little sword. As it attacked the hedgehog beast in a frenzy, it roared at Huang Jing. Seeing the Hope City martial artist's confused and alert face, the Jiao suddenly became furious. Idiot! Idiot! Don't you understand? At this moment, it could not communicate with the other party. Otherwise, the Jiao would definitely curse, saying, "You are worse than that chef." It signaled with its eyes, "Don't you understand? Use your sword and kill this guy." The Jiao's strength was about the same as the other party. At this moment, it could only try its best to suppress it. It had thought that the martial artists of Hope City were all smart people. Now it seemed that they were stupid. The Jiao was furious and angry. It had killed the messenger of the Forbidden Land, and now it wanted to kill the guardian of the Forbidden Land's entrance. It did not want to go to the Forbidden Land. It wanted to give the impression that the Forbidden Land was attacked by the Stupid Wood and that it could not go to the Forbidden Land due to its serious injuries. The guardian knew that it was not the Stupid Wood that attacked, so the Jiao wanted to kill the demon to silence it. However, its strength was not much different from the other party. At this time, it needed the help of the stupid martial artist of Hope City. Why did he not understand? Why? The Jiao was furious. It signaled to Huang Jing with its eyes, looking at the sword, looking at the hedgehog beast, and then using the sword to kill it. At this moment, Huang Jing was still a little confused. After a moment, he seemed to understand, but he was still confused. Demon beasts were intelligent, he knew that. But why was it like this? This demon beast seemed to be the Jiao from the Jiao King's forest. Why did it attack the demon beasts of Hedgehog Ridge? Questions flashed through Huang Jing's mind. At this moment, he could not care so much. The Jiao was suppressing the hedgehog beast. The Jiao, who had just entered the 8th rank, was able to suppress its opponent with a sneak attack. Both sides did not use many techniques, just colliding with each other. Their bodies collided, their strength collided, and the 2 demon beasts fought until flesh and blood flew everywhere. Huang Jing saw that the Jiao was still looking at him. He hesitated. Should he run or join the fight? If he ran, would the 2 demon beasts continue to fight? Indecisiveness would cause him to miss a good opportunity. But this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Screw it. This time, I killed the small hedgehog beast. If I don't kill the big one, even if I return to Hope City, it might come for revenge. I have to kill it. With this thought in mind, he looked at the hedgehog beast again. Huang Jing noticed something strange. The Jiao was suppressing the hedgehog beast, and it deliberately moved its head away. Was it creating an opportunity for him? The strange feeling in Huang Jing's heart grew stronger. What was this Jiao trying to do? Many years ago, he knew of the Jiao's existence. It was the strongest demon beast near Hope City. A long time ago, it was already at the peak of the 7th rank. The Jiao had never participated in the war between the two cities. It was as if it was looking for a place to hide and rarely moved. Other than the time when Tianmen City surrounded it, all these years, as long as it did not enter the Jiao's forest, the Jiao would not come out, as if it did not exist. Because of this, when the siege failed, Tianmen City did not care about it anymore. But recently, this Jiao had been making a lot of moves. The strange feeling in his heart grew stronger, but Huang Jing did not dare to be careless. Who knew what these demon beasts were thinking? He still had to be on guard. He retreated a distance, but as soon as he did, Huang Jing felt the Jiao's anger and malice. The pair of huge eyes stared at him coldly. It was obvious that it was telling him that if he retreated, it would attack him, even if the hedgehog beast escaped. As expected, it doesn't want me to leave, Huang Jing thought. Little did he know, the Jiao was so angry that it wanted to swallow him whole. Why was he so stupid? Wasn't the Hope City's martial artist and the chef quite smart? He had made it so obvious. Why didn't he understand? The Jiao's anger was at its peak. Huang Jing finally made up his mind. The short sword in his hand instantly burst with a strong golden light. The hedgehog beast roared angrily. The Jiao also went all out, attacking crazily. The giant golden horn on its head burst with an extremely strong golden light. The two giant beasts collided with each other. The ground below cracked, and countless small hills were instantly turned into dust. Golden blood dripped down like raindrops smashing holes in the ground. Huang Jing's face became paler and paler. The energy of heaven and earth around him quickly rushed into the short sword, and the golden light became even stronger. In the next moment, Huang Jing saw an opportunity. The Jiao's giant golden horn pierced the hedgehog beast's body. The long spikes on the hedgehog beast's body shot out, turning the Jiao into a porcupine. The long spikes were a weapon, but also a defensive armor. When the spikes were removed, the hedgehog beast's defense was at its lowest. At this moment, Huang Jing roared. The golden short sword silently pierced through the void, shooting toward the hedgehog beast's head. The hedgehog beast roared and frantically retreated. However, the Jiao made a very human-like move. Its two front claws suddenly hugged the hedgehog beast, allowing it to attack. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The Jiao did not let go. Once the Hope City martial artists killed it, it would devour the Guardian and be one step closer to the King Realm. Monster City's dumb would be devoured by it sooner or later. After devouring countless life stones and the Fountain of Life, it would become a real beast king. Roar! The roar shook the heavens and the earth. In a faraway place in the 100 Beasts forest, it seemed to have sensed something. On the other side, in Monster Sunflower City, a shocking aura rose. However, the distance between these two places was extremely far. Even a rank 9 would not be able to arrive quickly. The Jiao hugged the hedgehog beast tightly with its giant claws. Huang Jing's face was extremely pale. The golden short sword pierced through the hedgehog beast's head. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The golden skull was revealed, and the flesh and blood were rapidly recovering. However, the short sword continued to penetrate deeper. At this time, the Jiao also moved. The giant golden horn was pulled out of the hedgehog beast's body, and a corner of the horn pierced through the hedgehog beast's body. Roar! The sorrowful roar continued. The Jiao opened its mouth and suddenly began to devour the golden substance in a frenzy. Huang Jing was also continuously injecting celestiality into the short sword. Blood flowed from his mouth, and a cracking sound was heard. A crack appeared on the golden skull. In the next moment, the skull was pierced, and a large amount of imperishable substance began to spill out. Chapter 438. The hedgehog beast's shrill cries continued. The Jiao was devouring its imperishable substance. Huang Jing was on high alert. He sheathed his dagger and used flight step to escape. Without the suppression of the divine weapon, the hedgehog beast began to struggle. The Jiao's eyes were filled with anger, but it was too late to chase after it. Compared to Huang Jing, devouring the Guardian was more important. But the Guardian was also an important part of its plan to deal with the Forbidden Land. It was fine if the Guardian left, since Hope City had nothing to do with the Forbidden Land. But it could not take the dagger with it. It had not even used the dagger to cut itself. As the Jiao devoured frantically, it glared at the fleeing Huang Jing, growing angrier. If he left just like that, what would it do? But the Guardian was not completely dead. If it did not kill it now and the Forbidden Land found out, it would be done for. Huang Jing ran further and further away. The Jiao panicked. Did it really have to go to Monsterwood City and fight? But it might not make it back. The Jiao wanted to chase after it, but the Guardian was still struggling. Its imperishable substance was dispersing and recovering. The Jiao's eyes flashed with anger. It ignored Huang Jing and focused on devouring. First devour the Guardian, then find this guy. Even if it could not find him, there was still a familiar guy at the gate. If it found him, it might be able to find this guy who ran away. The Jiao did not look at Huang Jing anymore. It continued to devour. After a while, the hedgehog beast's struggles became weak. After a while, the hedgehog beast stopped moving. The golden, imperishable light gradually faded, but the monster's body remained. The Jiao did not waste this time. It swallowed everything. Flesh, bones, everything went into its stomach. In the end, all that was left was a broken golden skull. The wound on the skull was caused by the dagger. It carried a thick monsterwood aura. The Jiao slapped the broken golden skull into the ground. Huang Jing's figure had completely disappeared. The Jiao was deep in thought. He had run for so long. It might not be able to catch up. In the distance, there was some movement in the Forbidden Land. If another battle broke out, it might attract the kings of the Forbidden Land. Thinking of something, the Jiao quickly flew in the direction of Hedgehog Ridge. Hedgehog Ridge. The deathly silence was still unsettling. At the foot of the mountain, Fong Ping moved cautiously. He did not feel any mentality scanning him. At this time, Fong Ping did not dare to poke his head out to check on the situation. He began to dig carefully. After a while, Fong Ping gritted his teeth. It was so quiet, and the sound of digging was too loud. He might as well sneak out and run. Thinking of this, Fong Ping did not continue digging. Instead, he walked back. After a while, Fong Ping's expression changed. The hole in front of him had collapsed. That's not the point. More importantly, he seemed to have seen something. Is that a demonic beast? No, no, no. It's so big, and it doesn't have any aura at all. What kind of demonic beast is this? Fong Ping only caught a glimpse of it. He did not dare to look closely, so he hid beside the collapsed pit. But he did see a demonic beast crouching outside the pit. There was no sign of life. What's going on? Fong Ping was at a loss. Why was there another monster carcass outside? The size of a demonic beast was often related to its strength. This demonic beast was no smaller than the previous hedgehog beast. Didn't that mean another high rank? Dead. Fong Ping was on tenterhooks. He began to probe carefully. Soon, Fong Ping confirmed that it was indeed dead. Another high-rank monster carcass. What day is it today? Who killed it? Oh, right, the monster that looked like the Jiao seemed to have another monster following it. Could it be this one? Could it be the Jiao killed it? Fong Ping felt like his brain was turning into mush. What the hell was going on? Today's incidents happened one after another. He was almost at a loss. First, there was a rank 8 monster at Hedgehog Ridge. Then he seemed to have seen the Jiao a few hundred miles away. Then he suddenly realized that the monster following the Jiao was dead. Where did the Jiao go? Was the Jiao the one who killed the monster? But the two of them seemed to be in cahoots. Why did they suddenly have an internal conflict? I feel like my IQ is too low. Should I go out? Has the Jiao left? Fong Ping was struggling. He was really confused now. After a while, Fong Ping gritted his teeth. The benefits were right in front of him. If he did not take them, would he be stupid? He knew very well how difficult it was to kill a rank 7 monster. Even a rank 8 or 9 powerhouse might not be able to do it easily. It was not that he could not kill it, but if he did, how could he preserve the carcass? Stop it from self-destructing? How could he not attract the attention of stronger powerhouses? These were all difficult problems. Thinking of these, Fong Ping carefully walked out of the collapsed passageway. When he saw the monster in front of him, covered in wounds, Fong Ping frowned slightly, with a heart and brain core still there. Also, this monster was not small. It would not be easy to take it away. It was difficult to expand the storage space now. The key was that he did not have money. The system had not calculated his wealth yet. In order to expand the storage space, he had spent 13 billion wealth. Now he was left with less than 4 billion. If he expanded it again, he would not be able to expand it to 8 cubic meters. It would not fit. What a pity. Looks like I can only dig up something useful and bring it back. Fong Ping felt a little regretful. He was also extremely cautious. The system did not increase his wealth. What did this mean? He was not out of danger. Now he had to be extremely careful. Fong Ping took a light breath and carefully walked towards the monster in front of him. He looked around. Hedgehog Ridge was extremely quiet at the moment. It was a little scary. Forget it. I'll dig out the heart and brain cores first. Soon, Fong Ping walked forward with a shovel and prepared to dissect the dead monster. Just as he was about to move the shovel, Fong Ping's expression changed drastically. F***ck, it was back. At this moment, a golden light was descending from the distance. Fong Ping did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly burrowed into the ground. He was stunned. Did it not leave? Why did it come back? Not long after Fong Ping burrowed into the ground, the Jiao's figure landed. Its huge eyes looked around. Then the Jiao's nose began to twitch, identifying the aura bit by bit. The chef's strength was average. He could not have run very far. However, the Jiao was surprised that it could not sense the chef's exact location. Soon, the Jiao sniffed a hole that Fong Ping had just burrowed out of. The aura here seemed to be thicker. The Jiao slammed its claws down, and the entire ground collapsed. Hedgehog Ridge was still silent. The collapsed ground revealed some underground holes. The Jiao continued to sniff. As it sniffed, it slammed the ground. Passageways collapsed and split open. Not far away, at the foot of the mountain, Fong Ping's face turned green. What was it doing? Was it going to turn over the entire mountain to find him? He had blown up gigantic Willow City. The powerhouses of gigantic Willow City were hunting him down, but they did not go this far, did they? What kind of grudge did he have with the Jiao that it had to do this? Under normal circumstances, even if a monster killed someone, as long as you did not raid its home or steal its treasures, the monster would not go out of its way to kill you. Just like the previous few times, when he ran away, the Jiao did not chase after him. There was no need to. What was happening today? Was it because he had run away twice and had completely angered the Jiao? Was it determined to kill him? Or was the Jiao unhappy because he had brought a rank 7 monster to it last time? Watching as the Jiao moved along the underground passageway bit by bit, Fong Ping felt that if he continued like this, he would definitely be caught. That would be the end of him. At this moment, Fong Ping could not care less. Something was wrong with Hedgehog Ridge. It was too quiet. Not even the roars of monsters could be heard. It was as if the entire mountain was lifeless. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to avoid being hunted down. Fong Ping gritted his teeth, took out his shovel, and continued digging. There was nothing he could do about the faint sound. At this moment, Fong Ping had already covered the area with a barrier with his mentality. The sound was actually not loud and might not be able to travel out. He was afraid that the faint vibration would be detected by the Jiao. Fortunately, the Jiao was still slamming the ground. This kind of collapsing sound covered up the vibration of his digging. Fong Ping dug quickly. After a while, he changed to another path and continued digging. Ever since I learned how to dig tunnels, I seem to have been doing this all the time. Fong Ping's heart was filled with indescribable sorrow. He had really become a digging expert. Last time at Nanjiang, he had started digging for the first time. Now, as he dug, it had become a habit. Now he had a lot of experience. He knew where water sources were likely to appear and where collapses were likely to occur. In terms of geology, Fong Ping felt that he could barely be considered a half-baked expert. The sense of direction on the surface is weak. There are no landmarks, so it's easy to get lost. But underground, I feel that my sense of direction is very strong. What the hell? Fong Ping complained in his heart. He also prayed that the Jiao would stop. Did it have nothing better to do? Why did a rank 8 monster have to make life difficult for him? If it had so much free time, go find a rank 8 monster to kill. Fong Ping was unhappy. The Jiao was unhappy too. Where did it go? It clearly sensed that it was nearby. The ground was about to collapse. If this continued, once it attracted the attention of the Forbidden Land, it would be too late for the envoys to come. It had to find the guy who ran away quickly and let him slash it with a short sword. The Jiao was a little anxious. Suddenly, it thought of something and stopped slamming. As soon as it stopped, the ground in the distance trembled slightly, then quickly stopped as well. The Jiao's big eyes showed a hint of mockery. As expected, it was nearby. In the next second, the Jiao appeared in the sky above the ground and slammed down with its palm. Below, a small hole appeared. There was no one. The Jiao was furious. It disappeared again. After a while of crazy destruction, everything around it collapsed. The Jiao seemed to think of something again. Suddenly, it stopped destroying. On the golden horn, traces of blood-colored vitality were being stripped away. It was prepared to deal with a chef who liked to run away. In the next moment, a weak wisp of vitality floated in the air. This wisp of vitality seemed to be alive. It swayed slightly in the air, then began to float forward. Underground, Fong Ping's heart was pounding. He wondered if he had dug up the Jiao's ancestral grave. Otherwise, why would he keep searching? If it were him, if he met a rank 3 catacombs martial artist and the other party ran away or hid, he would not keep chasing. If he had the time, he could kill a few rank 4 and 5 martial artists. High-ranked beasts would rarely do such a thing. Why were all the monsters he met so unreliable? Don't look for me. Why do you have to look for me? Fong Ping wanted to cry. Huang Jing was gone too. He did not know what was going on. Otherwise, if someone attracted the Jiao's attention, he could find a chance to escape. Now, it seemed like he was the only living person in the vast Hedgehog Ridge. It was hard to run. Just as Fong Ping was embedding himself in a small hole like a rock, his eyes suddenly moved. What is this? He saw a faint, blood-colored thing seeping out of the soil, drilling into his body. What is this? Fong Ping's expression changed. When the blood-colored thread entered his body, Fong Ping's expression changed dramatically. Vitality force. Familiar vitality force. My own vitality force. Just as Fong Ping realized this, his eyes suddenly lit up. The soil above him was lifted. A huge golden head was facing him. Fong Ping's face was pale. He laughed dryly. King Jiao, long time no see. The Jiao had really gone mad. It actually still retained its own blood chi force. Fong Ping did not expect this at all. The Jiao's big eyes looked at him, revealing a hint of mockery. Fong Ping swallowed and crawled out of the soil. He laughed dryly. King Jiao, are you hungry? Do you want to eat? The Jiao did not reply. It was not in the mood to eat. In the next moment, Fong Ping floated up and was quickly led to the dead monster. The Jiao looked at the monster, then at Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not quite understand. He whispered, King Jiao wants me to accept these gifts." As soon as he finished speaking, the Jiao's giant golden claw slammed down. Fang Ping was smashed into the ground, his face flushed. "Damn it, you brought me here suddenly. How would I know what you want? Looks like you're not here to give me gifts." The Jiao smacked him with its claw. Then a long, broken spike floated in front of him. Fang Ping recognized it. It was the spike from the hedgehog beast. More importantly was it for him to see. Seeing that he still didn't understand, the Jiao swung its claws and cut off the spike. Then it looked into the distance. After thinking for a moment, a short sword suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of it. The Jiao's psychic power materialized, and the moment the short sword appeared, an inconspicuous figure appeared. Fang Ping stared at it for a while. Was this an understanding of the content of the picture? Someone used a short sword to kill the hedgehog beast. You want a short sword? Fang Ping had guessed it. It was Huang Jing, although the Jiao had only given him shadow. Seeing the Jiao staring at him, Fang Ping said dryly, This. I know this person, but I'm not familiar with him." "What? You want to eat me if you can't find him? Don't." Fang Ping thought to himself. Should he bring the Jiao to find Huang Jing? What did the Jiao want? Did it want to eat Huang Jing? No, it wanted a short sword. A short sword, a divine weapon? It wanted a divine weapon? Seeing that the Jiao was scratching its body with its claws, Fang Ping asked suspiciously, "King, are you going to stab yourself with a short sword? Should I stab you a few times with a knife?" Seeing that the Jiao was about to explode, Fang Ping quickly shut his mouth, but his mind was racing. What was the Jiao trying to do? Was it asking Huang Jing to stab it with a short sword? Was the Jiao tired of living? Even though he did not understand, Fang Ping still smiled. "King, how about this? I'll go look for him. When I find him, I'll bring the short sword back and stab you a few times." He did not dare to bring the Jiao to find Huang Jing. What if he killed Huang Jing? Besides, he did not know what Huang Jing's situation was like. Right, the vice-chancellor is being chased by monsters. Should I lure the Jiao over? Fang Ping could not help but think of this. But before he could finish his thought, the Jiao was already pounding the ground impatiently. In the next moment, Fang Ping levitated into the air. The Jiao took him and chased after Huang Jing. Are we going to find the vice-chancellor? What is it trying to do? Thinking of this, Fang Ping looked at the monster carcass that was slowly disappearing into the distance. At least let me dig out its heart and brain. The Jiao was too wasteful. As if Fang Ping's gaze was too intense, the Jiao growled in a low, warning tone. Fang Ping was half guessing. Can't touch it? King Jiao, you killed it, right? Why aren't you eating it? Can't eat it? You have to keep it, right? Fang Ping guessed again and again. After the Jiao had flown for a while, Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. I don't think I'm wearing any clothes. But now it was dark. No one should have seen him, right? The Jiao wanted Huang Jing to stab it with a divine dagger, and it left the monster carcass untouched. All the monsters on Hedgehog Ridge had disappeared. Could it have been killed to keep the secret? Could it be that this guy wants old Huang to take the blame for it? Fang Ping felt that this was a little familiar. There might be some evidence left on the monster carcass, evidence related to old Huang. That's why the Jiao didn't touch the carcass. The long stab earlier, the aura of a divine weapon. Could there be remnants of a divine weapon on the dead monster? The Jiao and that guy were in cahoots. They suddenly killed each other and then tried to frame old Huang. But it was worried that others wouldn't believe it, or that other monsters wouldn't believe it. So it wanted old Huang to stab it a few times and leave behind the divine weapon's aura. Whose trust does the Jiao need? Could it be that demonic beasts are also organized? No, the point is, this monster seems to be very cunning. It actually wanted to make someone take the blame. Fang Ping was still thinking about this when the next scene that broke him down happened. A dazzling golden light shone on his body. In the dark of the night, the golden Fang Ping was especially dazzling and most importantly, he was naked. Fang Ping was sure that if there were people around, they would definitely see him. "I'm going to kill you." Fang Ping roared in his heart. This Jiao was crazy. How could it think of such a way to lure Huang Jing out? This was practically trampling on his dignity. Fang Ping was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. A golden light shone from his head, covering his face. His lower body also shone with a golden light, so that no one could see his brother. This was too embarrassing. "I'll remember this grudge. Just you wait. I'll kill you sooner or later." Fang Ping was furious. The Jiao, on the other hand, had a flash of doubt in its eyes. Was this the indestructible body? Ignoring Fang Ping's anger, the Jiao led Fang Ping around. The golden Fang Ping was like a dazzling lamp in the air. And this move was indeed effective. In the distance, Huang Jing, who was hiding in the forest recovering from his injuries, saw the dazzling golden light. His expression changed again. Fang Ping had been captured. He did not expect that the Jiao would think of using a hostage to threaten him. He had not returned to Hope City yet. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqin were still at Hedgehog Ridge. The two high-ranked monsters there were dead. He was waiting for the Jiao to leave before going to look for them. Unexpectedly, not only did the Jiao not leave, it had come looking for him. What was the Jiao up to? Huang Jing's expression darkened. Should he show himself? He was definitely no match for the Jiao, especially since it had devoured a rank 8 monster. The Jiao was probably even scarier than before. If he showed himself, he would be in danger. But Fang Ping had been captured. If he did not show himself and Fang Ping was killed, Huang Jing's expression was one of struggle. Martial artists would not compromise. Even if word got out that Fang Ping was killed by the Jiao, no one would think that he had done anything wrong. Using the life of a rank 7 to bet on whether the Jiao would let Fang Ping go or not. With such a chance, he could almost give up. He did not want to gamble on this chance. But did he really have to watch Fang Ping get killed? Just as Huang Jing was suppressing his aura, carefully hiding and struggling internally, Fang Ping suddenly shouted in the catacombs language, "If you're here, leave the sword behind. Don't come out." Huang Jing's expression changed again. Sword. The Jiao was here for the divine weapon, exchanging the divine weapon for Fang Ping's survival. This, if Fang Ping could survive, Wu Quishan might not object to the exchange. After all, Fang Ping might have a chance of advancing to rank 9. But what if he and the sword were both empty? Huang Jing suddenly sighed softly. Forget it. Now that things had come to this, he could only take a gamble. At this point, there was no other way. If Fang Ping was really killed, it would be hard to explain to Li Changxing and Lu Fengru. In his hand, a short sword appeared out of thin air. Worry flashed across Huang Jing's eyes. Then, he dropped the short sword and quickly left. He had already lost the sword. If he lost himself as well, it would not be worth it. In the next moment, Huang Jing, who was a few miles away, quickly hid. The short sword that he had left behind exploded with a faint golden light. In the air, the golden light flashed and quickly landed. As for Fang Ping, the moment he landed, he ran toward the golden light. The divine weapon could not be snatched away by the Jiao. Didn't it just need to slash it a few times? This monster would not go back on its word and snatch it away, would it? The Jiao, on the other hand, did not move. It only landed on the ground and did not move. It let Fang Ping take the short sword in front of it. The Jiao's huge eyes looked at the short sword, carefully sensing the aura coming from it. It really was the Dumb Wood's aura. Very strong. The Jiao seemed to remember something. This sword belonged to the person who broke into Monster Wood City. Chapter 439. King Jiao, are you sure you want me to cut you? Fang Ping held the short sword, which kept vibrating. Fang Ping held it in his hand, but it felt like there was nothing in it. Divine weapons were indeed different. The Jiao did not reply. In fact, it did not know how to speak. Fang Ping saw that it was only looking at the short sword. He cursed inwardly. It was definitely trying to make old Huang take the blame. The question was, would it work? Or had he missed something? Fang Ping suddenly stopped hesitating. He picked up the short sword and stabbed it at the Jiao. This time, he used very little strength. He was afraid that the Jiao would be hurt and swallow him whole. In the end, the short sword slid off. It could not even penetrate the outer layer of the golden armor. The Jiao seemed unhappy. It slammed its claws down, and Fang Ping sank into the ground again. You asked for it. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and stabbed at the Jiao. Boom! There was a loud sound. Fang Ping took a few steps back. The Jiao's huge eyes showed a hint of mockery. You want to penetrate my defense? Even if the weapon was related to the Dumbwood, it was impossible for you to do so if you were too weak. The Jiao was mocking him. Fang Ping cursed inwardly. Fine, since you're mocking me, then I won't go easy on you. He stabbed it twice, but the Jiao did not move. This meant that it really deserved a beating. It was standing there waiting for him to stab it. He could not go easy on it. Heaven and earth appeared in Fang Ping's hand, and he quickly withdrew it. He was furious. Why did he use heaven and earth now? As expected, when he looked at the Jiao again, the Jiao's huge eyes showed surprise. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow him. I knew it. I'm stupid. Fang Ping's head hurt. He knew he had done something stupid. Whatever. I'll cut it a few hundred times first. Thinking of this, Fang Ping used heaven and earth again and slashed at the Jiao. Uft! The Jiao did not seem to be in the mood to block. It let Fang Ping stab it. In the end, even with heaven and earth, he only managed to stab a small hole in the golden armor. This time, the Jiao knew that the chef was useless and did not count on him anymore. The next moment, the short sword floated up on its own. Then, the short sword flashed and pierced through the Jiao's armor. Golden blood dripped slowly. The Jiao's giant eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness, but it did not hesitate. The short sword kept stabbing, and Fang Ping even saw a few of its golden bones break. So ruthless! Fang Ping was shocked. Did these monsters only have a little bit of intelligence? This Jiao seemed to be quite intelligent. Fang Ping was sure that this thing was definitely out to trick people. No, to trick demons. Who was it trying to trick when it injured itself? Furthermore, he had specifically asked for this short sword to make it. Perhaps it had a lot to do with this short sword. Whose divine weapon is this dagger? Fang Ping watched helplessly as the Jiao mutilated itself. This guy is crazy. Not only did it cut off its own golden bones, even many of its internal organs were cut into pieces, including its large golden head. It had mutilated itself. Seeing that its aura was getting weaker and weaker, Fang Ping was itching to make a move. This, if old Huang were to come out, would he be able to kill it? Although he had survived the few encounters he had with the Jiao, he still remembered how the Jiao had kited him earlier. Just as Fang Ping was deep in thought, the Jiao stopped moving. He stared at the short sword suspended in midair. The Jiao wouldn't take it away, would it? The Jiao was going to take it, and it was going to take Fang Ping with it. In the next moment, the Jiao rose into the air, bringing Fang Ping with it as it flew towards Hedgehog Ridge. In the distance, Huang Jing's eyes revealed a knowing look. This time he had lost the bet. The Jiao had no intention of letting him go. It only wanted the divine weapon. Huang Jing waited for the Jiao to leave for a while, then quickly followed. Hedgehog Ridge. As soon as Fang Ping landed, the Jiao controlled the short sword to shoot around randomly. The rank 7 demon's corpse was also hacked countless times by the Jiao. The underground passageway was also completely destroyed by the Jiao. Just as Fang Ping was guessing what it was going to do next, the short sword suddenly floated in front of him. In the next moment, the Jiao's mentality conjured a map of a forest. My king, you want me to go back to your old home and wait for you? The Jiao's expression showed that it was indeed the case. Then, A wave of mentality enveloped Fong Ping and seeped into his body. Fong Ping's expression changed again. "Damn it, what are you doing?" Soon, a wisp of Fong Ping's vitality was extracted and absorbed by the Jiao into its golden horn. This chef was useful. He could actually hide from its search. Because of this, the Jiao decided not to swallow him. More importantly, his energy seemed to have leveled up. After that, the Jiao's aura became even weaker. In the next moment, it ignored Fong Ping and flew leisurely in the direction of 100 Beasts Forest. It was going to find reinforcements and report the news to the Forbidden Land. The dumb tree tried to kill it, the messenger was killed, the guardian was killed, and it barely escaped. Whether it was true or not, it had taken it seriously. From now on, it would fight monster with city to the death. Could the Forbidden Land stop it from taking revenge? Even a king would not be able to help with this kind of vengeance. The Jiao left. It left just like that. Fong Ping was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly put away the short sword. The demon had left. Where was it going? 100 Beasts Forest was in front of him. It had injured itself so badly. Why would it go to 100 Beasts Forest? Just as Fong Ping was in a daze, Huang Jing suddenly appeared, panting heavily. "Go! Vice-Chancellor, what's going on?" "How would I know?" Huang Jing was going crazy. He was completely confused. The divine weapon was still in Fong Ping's hands. The Jiao was not after the divine weapon. If it was not for the divine weapon, what was it doing? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the demon's carcass on the ground. Fong Ping hurriedly said, "Vice-Chancellor, don't move. The Jiao seems to have a purpose. If we move, it will definitely know that we did it. Who knows, it might come back to Hope City." "Purpose!" Fong Ping saw that the Jiao was already far away and said hurriedly, "Let's leave this place first. The Jiao seems to be making a fake scene. It might bring demons here later. Let's leave first. Right, Vice-Chancellor, have you seen Qin Fengqin?" "No, you?" "Nope." Huang Jing's head hurt. Going into the catacombs with these two was really a headache. Until now, he didn't know what to do. "Where's the energy mine?" "I've hidden it. I'll look for it later." "Vice-Chancellor, let's go." "Okay," Huang Jing said, then suddenly growled, "Qin Fengqin, let's go." After shouting a few times, a figure appeared on a mountain in the distance. Qin Fengqin's face was wild with joy. He carried a big bag and growled in reply, "Let's go." After saying that, the guy ran out of the mountain without looking back. Huang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed Fong Ping and chased after him. Very quickly, he caught up with Qin Fengqin. Staring at the big bag on his back, Huang Jing suddenly frowned. Energy crystals? There was something wrong with Qin Fengqin's big bag. Qin Fengqin grabbed Huang Jing's clothes and laughed wildly. Nothing. The last time I took some energy stones and was chased by monsters, I asked someone to coat my bag with a layer of energy crystals." Huang Jing's head hurt even more. This kid was really something. The big bag was full. Even with the energy crystals in between, he could still feel a weak energy wave. Just as he was about to continue asking, Huang Jing's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look behind him. "Something big has happened," Huang Jing murmured. A few 100 miles away, a few towering auras surged into the sky. Rank 7 and 8 martial artists definitely could not do this. Those were rank 9 auras. 1 aura, 3 auras, 5. Huang Jing's face was pale. He said in fear, 5 rank 9 auras. "Let's go. Something bad has happened." Just as he shouted, 2 waves of pressure instantly moved in his direction. Huang Jing's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Fong Ping and ran. In the end, 2 rank 9 auras rose in the direction of Monster Sunflower City. That was not enough. In the east, 2 rank 9 auras rose in a city that had never crossed paths with humans. From one place to another, from one place to the other, Huang Jing had not run far when the entire catacombs seemed to be in chaos. Huang Jing glared at Fang Ping. Fang Ping felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. This had nothing to do with him. Vice-Chancellor, it's Slice doing. I know. Huang Jing's expression was extremely ugly. As he flew toward Hope City, he gritted his teeth and said, "You two scourges, something big has happened." At this moment, there were strong auras rising everywhere. Rank 9 auras, one after another, penetrated the entire Magic City catacombs. Pull one hair, and the whole body will move. The moment the 5 kings of 100 Beasts Forest showed their anger, the other places also reacted. In this kind of situation, a little carelessness could lead to a big war. The most important thing was, Hope City might be in chaos. Suddenly, dozens of rank 9 auras rose. How could they not panic when they sensed this change? At this moment, Huang Jing wanted to fly back immediately. If this matter was not cleared up, Sino Nation might be in a big mess. He glared at Fang Ping and Huang Jing again. "These two bastards, if I enter the catacombs with you again, I will kill myself." Everything was fine, digging a small mine. And it turned out to be like this. Fang Ping felt wronged and said helplessly, "It's not me, Vice-Chancellor. Don't look at me. It's all Qin Fengqing's random information. Who knew it would turn out like this? Also, I haven't gone to Monster Sunflower City yet." "You still want to go to Monster Sunflower City?" Huang Jing was terrified. "If you went, it would be terrible." "Vice-Chancellor, this has nothing to do with us. What are we afraid of?" Fang Ping was very depressed. He did not know what the Jiao was doing, stirring up chaos in the catacombs. But this had nothing to do with them, right? "Oh, right." Fang Ping's expression changed suddenly. "The Jiao asked me to wait for it in the Jiao forest." Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Qin Fengqing looked confused. He murmured, "What did you do? Why did you meet the Jiao again?" "We're at Hedgehog Ridge, okay." Until now, he still had a confused look on his face. What was going on? Fang Ping said nothing. Huang Jing's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and said, "We can't go back. Monster Sunflower City's rank 9 force has erupted. We can't go there." Huang Jing looked around. His head was splitting. Behind him, the 2 rank 9 forces of pressure from 100 Beasts Forest were moving toward them rapidly. In front, Monster Sunflower City was also erupting with force, a warning. On the right, powerhouses from the other cities also erupted with force. Only the left side, which was the south, did not have much movement. Go to the south. Huang Jing was helpless. He could only go through the southern coastal area and see if he could return to Hope City. This time he was really screwed over by these 2 fellows. If he went back and someone asked, what should he say? In the end, Qin Fengqing was still eager to see the world in chaos. He egged him on. "Fang Ping, you're familiar with the Jiao. Let it bring the monsters to Monster Sunflower City. You take the opportunity to sneak in and steal the sunflower seeds. Get lost. Really, this is a rare opportunity." Fang Ping suddenly turned to look at Huang Jing and said, "Vice-Chancellor, what's going on with that divine weapon?" "What? Is there any special aura?" "You mean," Huang Jing pondered for a moment, saying uncertainly, maybe it's mixed with a little of Sky Gate City's Monster Woods aura." Monster Woods aura. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. Was the Jiao making the monster wood a scapegoat? Suddenly, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said quickly, "Vice-Chancellor, let's go to the Jiao's forest and destroy it with the divine weapon." "What?" Huang Jing turned pale with fright. "Were you crazy?" "Hurry, Vice-Chancellor, hurry." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Fang Ping said, then added quickly, "If we cooperate with the Jiao, it won't take revenge, right? Whatever, let's do it first." Huang Jing was completely stunned. Did they really have to do that? They were going to destroy the Jiao's lair. "Vice-Chancellor, hurry. 100 Beasts Forest's rank 9 will probably stay in Hedgehog Ridge for a while. We still have time. If they get ahead of us, it'll be useless. Destroy the Jiao's forest. It's just cutting down trees. It's not that serious. Let's go. Fang Ping, don't do anything rash. It'll be fine. Fang Ping, Huang Jing's face was full of grief. I'm really going to die because of you. How do you expect an honest person like me to do something like this? Vice-Chancellor, the Jiao is making the monster with a scapegoat. Let's help it out. The Jiao is a monster after all. No matter how high its intelligence is, it can't think so much. The monster would left its lair in front of its house and came all the way here to kill it. Who would believe that? If we destroy the Jiao's forest, it'll be more like it. Huang Jing's head was splitting. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Vice-Chancellor, don't you want to avenge the old Vice-Chancellor? Fang Ping gritted his teeth. If we're going to do it, we'll do it big. How can Sky Gate City be destroyed? Even if we can't start a war this time and cause internal strife in the catacombs, at least let both sides be wary of each other. Huang Jing heard that and gritted his teeth. He nodded and said, all right, then let's go to the Jiao's forest. Fang Ping, if this affects Hope City, I don't need anyone else to kill you. At this point, he could only trust Fang Ping's judgment. At least this kid had survived the Jiao's hands a few times. If the Jiao wanted revenge after eradicating the Jiao's forest, it would probably look for Fang Ping, right? The opportunity was right in front of him. He would not be satisfied if he did not take the gamble. The powerhouses of Hope City dared not start a war. However, if the catacombs monsters and the city started a war, then it would have nothing to do with Hope City. At the same time, Hope City, Grandmaster-level powerhouses were all flying in the air, on high alert. At the entrance of the passageway, some people were walking out of the passageway, seeking support. The catacombs was in chaos. Dozens of rank 9 auras filled the air. The entire Magic City catacombs was in a state of tension. Sumafu made arrangements quickly and said with a headache, "It can't be those 2 kids doing right?" "I don't think so. Those 2 kids only attracted some low-ranked monsters at most. At most, they killed a few rank 7 and 8 monsters. Right now, the entire catacombs is in chaos." Sumafu was about to explode. This was really troublesome. The entire Hope City had entered the highest state of alert. Was an all-out war going to break out? Sumafu looked at the surging auras in the distance. Then at Hope City's only rank 9 powerhouse Elder Fan. He felt a little bitter. Did they really have to wait for reinforcements to arrive? Sumafu was deeply worried, and so were all the warriors in Hope City. They could all feel the pressure. The catacombs was in chaos. No one knew that this was the result of a rank 8 beast's immature behavior. When the heavily injured Jiao rushed to 100 Beasts Forest to report that the emissary and guardian were killed, suspected to be the work of Monsterwood City's monster tree, the few kings of 100 Beasts Forest were completely enraged. In the eyes of many monsters, guardian monster plants and monsters were traitors. However, these monsters and monster plants were not weak. Everyone minded their own business. Usually, there were no monsters and monster plants from the Forbidden Land looking for trouble. But now, the guardian of 100 Beasts Forest was killed. This was the biggest provocation. Feeling the monster with aura coming from the golden-horned Beast King's wound, the few kings were sure that this was the aura of the monster wood in Monsterwood City. Moreover, it was not the aura of a branch. The aura was too strong. This could not be achieved by just taking a branch. The reactions of the kings of the Forbidden Lands were also beyond the Jiao's expectations. The kings immediately released their auras. 2 of them even moved out to investigate. The Jiao, who followed them, was also a little frightened. It seemed like things had gotten out of hand. It thought it would at most be suspicious. It did not expect the kings of the Forbidden Lands to immediately confirm that it was the work of the monster wood. And from the looks of it, they were going to fight. However, the Jiao knew that this was just the aura of the monster wood. It did not mean that it was the Monsterwood who did it. Once they reached Monsterwood City and found out that a section of the main trunk had been cut off, they might be exposed. They could not give the silly tree and the Wood King a chance to explain. The Jiao, who was following the two kings to Hedgehog Ridge, had a plan. Once they reached Monsterwood City, they would do it without saying a word. They would tear down the city. The Monsterwood would probably not explain, even if they were beaten to this state. As for the final outcome, it was none of the Jiao's business. Even if the kings of the Forbidden Lands broke through Monsterwood City, the probability of them staying was not high. They also had no use for the Fountain of Life and the life ores. As the only rank 8 who followed them, he should be able to take the opportunity to swallow those, right? At this moment, these people and monsters had their own plans. The war had not started. The Magic City catacombs, which had been peaceful for many days, had erupted into large-scale chaos on the first day Fang Ping entered. As for Fang Ping, he felt that this had nothing to do with him. This was entirely the doing of the Jiao. He just happened to be there. If Skygate City was really going to fight the Jiao or the 100 Beasts Forest, he would try to see if there was a chance to reap some benefits. Perhaps he could really reap some benefits? Fang Ping was planning to reap some benefits. Qin Fengqing was calculating whether the benefits he had reaped were enough for him to liquefy his energy. Huang Jing, on the other hand, was running madly while silently telling himself that this was the only time. This was the only time. Next time, he would not enter the catacombs with these two fellows. He had never been so excited in his entire life, even when he had made it to rank 7. If this matter was really exposed, it would be more troublesome than Fang Ping imagined. He did not know how Wu Quishan had cut off the main trunk of the Monsterwood. Skygate City probably knew that it was done by human martial artists. This could really trigger a war. When that time came, the only thing he could do was to bring the divine weapon deep into the catacombs instead of returning to Hope City. He could create chaos in the depths of the catacombs, or he could simply go to Skygate City and die in battle there. Only then could things be settled. Fang Ping probably had not thought of this yet. However, when he thought of the opportunity to make 100 Beasts Forest and Skygate City go to war, Huang Jing still decided to take the gamble. Take the gamble, use his own life, bet that the two places would go to war. Even if a rank 9 died in battle, his death would be worth it. A rank 7 martial artist's life in exchange for a rank 9's life, it was a great deal. However, he still had to think carefully about how to not implicate the entire human race. Huang Jing sighed and glanced at Fang Ping. If he had Fang Ping's ability and hid his aura, he might really be able to easily start a war between the two places without attracting the attention of humans. Just as Huang Jing was thinking about this, Fang Ping suddenly said, "Vice-Chancellor, after we destroy the Jiao's forest, give me the divine weapon. I'll bring it to Skygate City and try it out." Huang Jing was stunned for a moment. This kid, had he considered this too? No. If you go in, once the divine weapon's aura is exposed, you'll be discovered very quickly. It's okay, trust me. Fang Ping had a storage space. Unless he exposed it on his own, the monster would not be able to sense it. Chapter 440. Magic City Catacombs. The rank 9 suppressive force swept across thousands of miles. Far away Imperial Sea Hill, one after another, extremely powerful powerhouses revealed some of their auras, intimidating Imperial Sea Hill into silence. The masters of these powerful auras did not move, but they cast their gaze toward the 7 Southern Territory. What was happening in the 7 Southern Territory? Imperial Sea Hill, Forbidden Canyon. An energy passageway that looked like a catacombs passageway opened slowly. After a while, a few silhouettes soared into the sky, flying toward 100 Beasts Forest. The rank 9 suppressive force originated from 100 Beasts Forest. What was happening in 100 Beasts Forest, and what was it trying to do? In the depths of Imperial Sea Hill, a few sky-shaking silhouettes did not move, nor did they stop them. The suppressive force that rose for no reason in the 7 Southern Territory should have nothing to do with Hope City. There were no powerhouses in Hope City, so it would not cause a chain reaction. It was not the time for both sides to go to war yet. The catfish effect was vividly reflected at this moment. First, it was Hundred Beasts Forest, followed by a few nearby cities. Very soon, this demonstration of intimidation spread to the entire 7 Southern Territory. There were movements in the 13 catacomb cities. In the west, in the sky above Monster Phoenix City, a gigantic phoenix-like monster covered the sky with its wings, letting out a cry that echoed for hundreds of miles. Further west of Monster Phoenix City, a monster that looked like a white tiger roared at the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the 10,000 Ants Desert, golden yellow sand rose. A sandstorm swept across the entire desert, a few silhouettes intimidating in all directions. Powerful mentality fluctuations spread throughout the catacombs. Were they going to war? Many powerhouses had this thought. Who were they going to war with this time? At Imperial Sea Hill, after the passageway opened and the few rank 9s left, the sky-shaking silhouettes disappeared. As soon as they disappeared, more than 10 extremely powerful auras rose in this quiet and huge mountain range. Imperial Sea Hill was known as the Second Forbidden Land, second only to the Forbidden Sea. How could there be no powerhouses? Hope City. In midair, an old man with snow-white hair looked extremely solemn. What's going on? Old Fan had many thoughts in his mind. Right now he was extremely worried. The reinforcements from China would not arrive so quickly. Even if the powerhouses near Shanghai arrived, there were too many powerhouses who had been affected this time. At this moment, all the major cities, the Forbidden Lands, as well as some uninhabited mountain ranges and jungles had rank 9 auras rising, intimidating all directions. The entire Magic City catacombs had attracted close to 30 rank 9s. This did not even include the powerhouses in the depths of Mount Royal Sea. If they were included, it would be equivalent to the total number of Sino Nation rank 9s. Was it only in Magic City or in all the catacombs? At this moment, even a rank 7 or 8 powerhouse did not have the qualifications or ability to release pressure to compete with these top-notch powerhouses. Tian Mu, Ko Bianjiang, and the other experts around Senior Fan wore extremely gloomy expressions. Recently, Magic City's catacombs had finally enjoyed a period of peace and quiet. Why did something happen again? Moreover, every time something happened, it was a big deal. 300 miles away from Hope City, Fong Ping urged, "Vice-Chancellor, hurry up. It's almost too late." In the distance, 2 rank 9 auras from Hedgehog Ridge were flying in the direction of the battle between Jiao and the rank 8 Hedgehog Beast. Obviously, they were continuing to investigate. Once these places were investigated, the other party might rush to Skygate City soon. At that time, if they had not completed their assistance, Fong Ping was worried that the humans would be the scapegoat. Who would believe that Jiao was the one who did this? Even Fong Ping would not believe it if word got out. As for whether these catacombs monsters would believe it or not, who knew? Huang Jing's head was already sweating. He panted, "Qin Feng Qing, what are you carrying?" "It's too heavy." Qin Feng Qing laughed dryly. Nothing, just some worthless metal." Fong Ping glanced at him and frowned. "Where did you go earlier?" Cough. "Nowhere. I looked around and found a small metal mine. I dug some raw ores. Some metal ores were valuable, some were not, but they were usually not too expensive. Compared to energy ores, the difference was huge." Fong Ping was suspicious. He suddenly said, "Did you notice that the rank 8 monster suddenly flew away?" "What?" Qin Feng Qing looked confused. "What did you say?" Of course he saw the rank 8 monster flying away, but could he say it? Could he tell Fong Ping that he went to the monster's lair? Could he tell Fong Ping that there were many good things in the lair? Could he tell Fong Ping that even if he did not have that energy mine, it would not be a problem for him to enter rank 5? Not only would it not be a problem, but he was also prepared to exchange for a large number of energy oars to carry out energy liquefaction and swim in liquefied energy. Could he tell Fong Ping about this? Obviously not. Qin Fengqing said hurriedly, "Right, how's the mining going?" Fong Ping looked at him suspiciously. After a while he said, "I hid first. I dug a little. I'll go look for it when the catacombs are quiet." *CK, you didn't bring it back? Qin Fengqing was speechless. This guy was too careless. If he encountered something good, even if he died, he would bring it back first. Who knew what would happen next? Huang Jing said with some regret. Not only the energy mine, but the 2 rank 7 monster corpses couldn't be brought back. The other one, I don't know if the Jiao swallowed it. And the rank 8 monster too. What a pity. It was really a pity. This time, 3 high-rank demonic beasts and 1 rank 8 were killed. If he could bring it back, Huang Jing felt that dying would be worth it. 3 divine weapons. He had never seen something like this happen. It was really rare to see a situation where the core of the brain and heart were intact. He killed the rank 7 monster instantly. The other party did not have the time. The Pekingese did not expect the Jiao to kill it. The rank 8 hedgehog beast did not think that it would self-destruct. It was not much weaker than the Jiao, so it had a chance to escape. 3 high-ranked monsters died in one battle. This situation was too rare. It was a pity that he did not bring any of them. Fong Ping coughed dryly and smiled. I've discussed it with Jiao. It didn't eat the rank 7 hedgehog beast, but it took it away. I'll go ask later and see if it can be given to me. Huang Jing suddenly fell silent. He did not know what to say. Qin Fengqing's eyes were spinning wildly. Was this even possible? After flying for a while, Huang Jing suddenly threw Qin Fengqing out and scolded. You think of a way to get back to the city. We're leaving first. This guy was too heavy. He was only a rank 7. Carrying Qin Fengqing on his back while hurrying on like crazy was really taxing. Vice-Chancellor Qin Fengqing, who was left behind, looked indignant. He was left behind just like that? They were not there yet. If there was a big battle in Skygate City later, he might be able to reap some benefits. Now that he was left behind, where could he reap any benefits? Qin Fengqing chased after him crazily. Fong Ping turned his head and smiled. Give it to me. I'll help you find a place to hide it. We'll split the profits later. Get lost. Qin Fengqing scolded. Dream on. Even if he died of exhaustion, he would not split the profits with Fong Ping. If Huang Jing did not bring him along, no problem. He would run on his own. The next moment, Qin Fengqing landed on the ground directly. Carrying the big sack, he sprinted toward the direction of Skygate City. This guy was extremely fast. Although he was slightly slower than Huang Jing, Huang Jing was also restraining his aura to avoid being detected by a rank 9. His speed was not much faster than the other party. Huang Jing looked at Qin Fengqing, who was carrying the heavy sack and running so fast. He felt a little embarrassed. Before he could say anything, Fong Ping said, Vice-Chancellor, you're restraining your aura. You're running a little slow. How about this? You grab me. I'll bring you and run. Huang Jing was stunned. What was he talking about? Before he could understand, the golden light in Fong Ping's bones flickered faintly. Then, with a low growl, he grabbed Huang Jing and shot out. Rank 7 Huang Jing dared not go all out. It was easy to attract attention. Rank 5 Fong Ping restrained his aura and sprinted at full speed. His speed was actually not slower than Huang Jing, who restrained his aura. Huang Jing, who was caught, suddenly felt a little sad and self-doubtful. I was a rank 7. Why was it like this? Rank 4 Qin Fengqing's speed was slower than his, but that kid was fearless and was running wildly below. Rank 5 Fong Ping's speed was actually slower than his, but he dared not go all out. The vitality force that he erupted was too strong. At this moment, it was somewhat eye-catching. In the end, Fong Ping, who had no aura, ran slightly faster than him. Moreover, he was not the kind that was burdened so he was not afraid of being discovered. Huang Jing was really starting to doubt his life. After being grabbed by Fang Ping and running for a while, Huang Jing suddenly said, "We're going in the wrong direction." Fang Ping said without turning his head, "I know. We're taking a shortcut. There's also an entrance to the Jiao's forest in Monster Sunflower City." Huang Jing was speechless. This kid was really daring. Half an hour or so later, Fang Ping reached the entrance of the Jiao's forest in the direction of Monster Sunflower City. At this moment, in the sky above Monster Sunflower City, an extremely huge sunflower was swaying in the air. Looking at the sunflower, the golden stem was especially dazzling. In the sunflower dish, there seemed to be some golden sunflower seeds. Fang Ping felt like snatching it away. Huang Jing, on the other hand, was as careful as he could be. He had completely concealed his aura, although he could not hide from them at close range. These rank 9 martial artists were all on guard against other rank 9 martial artists. They would not purposely investigate a mere rank 7 martial artist like him. Huang Jing was getting more and more excited. The feeling of rushing to the entrance of someone else's city was really exciting. Watching as a rank 9 martial artist unleashed his aura nearby, and he was still wandering right under their noses. Was this not exciting enough? At this moment, if he was discovered, he might be killed in a flash. Huang Jing's heartbeat was much more obvious. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not pay much attention to it. He glanced at the sunflower, then quickly rushed into the Jiao's forest. Huang Jing breathed a sigh of relief and shot a glance at Fang Ping. "How dare you?" Fang Ping, on the other hand, ignored him. As he ran, he said, "The Jiao's forest covers a very large area. It's very difficult to destroy it completely, and it'll be easily noticed by others. Later, we'll attack directly in the core area and flatten it." Having said that, Fang Ping added, "After that, Vice-Chancellor, you can return to Hope City. Just leave the divine weapon to me." Fang Ping, Huang Jing did not know what to say. After a while, he sighed and said, "Be careful then. Don't worry. It won't be difficult to enter Monsterwood City in the chaos." Although he said that the more chaotic it was, the stricter the city's security would be. If he was discovered, Fang Ping, who was only a rank 5, would be discovered if he was even slightly careless when a rank 9 was awakening. If a rank 9 attacked him within the attack range, it would be an instant kill. Huang Jing wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a sigh. Fang Ping was more suitable to step up than him. At least, it would not be that easy for him to stir up chaos. Instead, it would be easier for humans to be viewed as enemies and cause chaos. In silence, Fang Ping sprinted all the way to the core area of the Jiao's forest. The entire Jiao's forest was also extremely quiet. The Jiao was a lone traveler. There were very few monsters in its lair. Most of them had been eaten by it. The Jiao rarely went out to hunt. The monsters in this area all knew that the golden-horned beast king of the Jiao's forest was not a good thing. It did not even want the monsters guarding the gate. If they caught them, they would eat them. Even the low and mid-ranked monsters that did not have much intelligence knew that the Jiao's forest was a dangerous place. It was even more dangerous than a few of the major forbidden areas. This was also why, without the Jiao, Fang Ping did not even see any monsters blocking his way as he sprinted. After a while, Fang Ping arrived at an empty space. This was also the place where he saw the Jiao earlier. Fang Ping stopped, took a deep breath, and said, "Vice-Chancellor, let's do it. Hurry up." Huang Jing glanced into the distance. That was the exit of Skygate City. At this moment, Skygate City also had a force of suppression in the air, but it was not 2. The monster did not release its force of suppression. Huang Jing did not say much. The golden short sword appeared in front of him instantly. In the next moment, the short sword shot out, exploding with a powerful destructive force. In an instant, the surrounding trees were chopped down. Within a radius of tens of meters, all the trees exploded. Huang Jing's movements were extremely fast. The short sword was like a slithering snake, wandering through the entire forest. Everywhere it went, it was cleared. In the blink of an eye, within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the trees were chopped down and exploded. The commotion was getting a little too big. Sky Gate City seemed to have sensed something. However, at this moment, the Lord of Sky Gate City did not have the time to care about what was happening in the Jiao's forest. That was not his territory. Not only Sky Gate City, but Hope City had also sensed some changes. However, everyone's thoughts were the same. At this time, a rank 9 should not be moved lightly. A little carelessness could cause chaos. Whether it was Sky Gate City or Hope City, they were both the weaker side at this moment. They dared not act rashly. As for what exactly happened, everyone still did not know. However, in the east, 2 rank 9 forces of suppression mixed with anger were getting closer and closer. If they had not been delayed by a few other cities along the way, they might have arrived here by now. The 2 kings of the Forbidden Lands and 100 Beasts Forest had completed their investigation. The rank 8 Guardian had been confirmed to have been killed, leaving behind some golden skeletons that had not yet been destroyed. The scars on the skeletons, mixed with the monsterwood aura, were extremely dense. At this moment, the 2 kings of the Forbidden Lands were flying toward Monsterwood City with the Jiao, demanding an explanation. However, as they passed by a few cities, even the 2 kings of the Forbidden Lands had to offer a few words of explanation to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, although the kings were fast, they were still delayed and had yet to arrive here. In addition, there was still the burden of the Jiao, so their speed was even slower. Just as the Jiao and the 2 kings of the Monster Kingdom arrived, Huang Jing had already controlled the short sword, flattening the area within a radius of a few thousand meters. The huge Jiao's forest seemed to have become bald. A huge barren area appeared in the middle of the forest. At this moment, Huang Jing had also reached his limit. The injuries from the previous battle had not fully healed yet. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had gotten the short sword. He did not allow Huang Jing to continue destroying it. He asked quickly, "Vice-Chancellor, how can I make the short sword release a stronger aura? I don't think I can control it. I can only use it as a normal weapon." It's very difficult to control a divine weapon that isn't owned by the owner unless it's been nurtured for many years. I could release a full force attack earlier because the short sword contained a large amount of the owner's mentality and celestiality. Huang Jing gave a simple explanation and continued, "If you want to release a stronger aura, pour in more celestiality and mentality, then you'll be able to detonate it." As he said that, Huang Jing said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, if you can't do it, remember to save yourself." At this moment, he no longer tried to persuade Fang Ping not to go to Sky Gate City. He could only pray that nothing bad would happen to Fang Ping. Once a battle that involved a rank 9 like this broke out, Fang Ping might not be able to escape unscathed. "Vice-Chancellor, don't worry, you should go back first." Fang Ping had already felt 2 powerful forces moving toward him from afar. He exhaled and said, "Don't talk about me when you go back, lest it causes trouble." Huang Jing nodded slightly, looking into the distance. They were getting closer and closer. He had to go. "I'll leave first then." Huang Jing said no more and quickly chose to leave. As he left, he thought of Qin Fengqing again. Did that kid go back to Hope City or follow him here? Don't be reckless. Fang Ping could not be bothered with Qin Fengqing. After obtaining the divine weapon, he ran all the way towards Sky Gate City. As he ran, he used the divine weapon to cut down the trees in the area he passed by. At that moment, a clear passageway appeared in the forest between the Jiao's forest and Sky Gate City. When he arrived near Sky Gate City, Fang Ping's movements came to a halt. Then he quickly took out a shovel and began to dig a tunnel. He dared not go there openly. At this moment, at Sky Gate City, there were countless powerhouses patrolling in the air. The rank 9 Sky Gate City Lord's aura had reached its peak. 2 rank 9 auras were approaching Sky Gate City. The Lord of Skygate City didn't know if the other party was just passing by or what, but in any case he had to be vigilant at this time. Although the Forbidden Land and Royal City hadn't fought for a long time, it wasn't that there hadn't been any conflicts between them. Who knew what was going on? While Fang Ping was digging the tunnel, the Skygate City Lord was on high alert. Jiao, who had come with the two kings of the Forbidden Lands to demand an explanation, was also thinking about how to directly go up and fight. Would the king of the Forbidden Lands stop him if he went up? Once the silly blockhead and the Wood King explained everything clearly, then he would have worked for nothing. At that time, they might even suspect that he had disloyal intentions. If the fact that he had killed the messenger and the guardian was exposed, then he would be done for. Jiao was also very anxious. This matter could not withstand a detailed investigation. It had not digested the guardian's immortal essence yet, so the king of the Forbidden Lands did not investigate its situation in detail. Otherwise, it would be easily discovered. Jiao was starting to get anxious. With this kind of anxiety, when Jiao neared its lair, it suddenly sped up, appearing a little irritable. It seemed to feel that something was wrong. Its territory seemed to have been invaded. When they reached its Jiao's forest, Jiao suddenly roared at the sky. Its lair had been destroyed. It had painstakingly planted trees for 100 years, but countless of them had been cut down. Roar! Jiao was completely enraged. A figure flashed in its huge head, but it did not have time to think too much. At this moment, the opportunity had come. Its lair had been destroyed. What was there to talk about? It would just go up and fight. The next moment, Jiao could not care about the two kings anymore. With a flash of golden light, it roared and flew toward Monsterwood City. "It's you!" The two huge monsters, following behind, also saw the situation in Jiao's forest. Before they had time to investigate, they saw the golden-horned beast king already charging toward Monsterwood City. The two demonic beasts growled in a low voice and quickly followed behind. Monsterwood City had to give them an explanation for this. Just as they were still thinking of an explanation, Jiao, who had shot forward, approached Monsterwood City in the blink of an eye. The Lord of Skygate City also arrived at the city gate, his expression extremely ugly. The golden-horned beast king had come in a menacing manner, and had even brought two kings of the Forbidden Lands with it. What did it want? The Lord of Skygate City was still calculating what was going on, and what the pros and cons were. Jiao was already roaring from afar. It had no intention of communicating at all. On its giant golden horn, a surge of heaven and earth power, which had long been prepared, shot toward Monsterwood City gate like a giant pillar. "How dare you!" An angry roar reverberated through heaven and earth. Chapter 441. Cunning didn't care if he was angry or not. He would just do it. A huge pillar of heaven and earth power instantly reached the city gate. The Lord of Skygate City was infuriated to the extreme. He made his move in an instant, and a wave of heaven and earth power shot out, blocking the Jiao's attack. At this moment, he was still hesitating. Looking at the two demonic beasts behind him, he didn't dare to make a move against the Jiao. This slight hesitation gave Jiao a chance. Just as the Lord of Skygate City blocked the first attack, a few more beams of heaven and earth power shot out from the Jiao's golden horn. Boom! There was a loud explosion. This time, the Jiao did not attack the city gate. Instead, it spread out, and some of the surrounding walls were instantly blasted to pieces. That was not all. The Jiao's spiritual power suddenly exploded, and some of the armored soldiers at the city gate were instantly turned into meat paste. "You're courting death." The Lord of Skygate City, who had been a little hesitant, was now completely enraged. A king could not be insulted. The golden-horned beast king had already come knocking on their door. If this matter were to pass, Monsterwood City would no longer have a foothold in the 7 southern regions. The next moment, the void in front of the Skygate City Lord shook, and an invisible wave instantly attacked the Jiao. The Jiao had no intention of fighting him at all. With a roar, its body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the Jiao, which was originally the size of a Tier 7 hedgehog beast, suddenly swelled to several times its original size. Its head and tail were more than 10 meters long. The moment his body expanded, Cunning let out a roar and directly crashed into the Skygate City Lord. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Behind him, the two huge demonic beasts growled a few times. However, the Jiao did not care and began to howl mournfully. His house had already been raided, so what was there to care about? Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. The Jiao had no qualms about exchanging blows with the Skygate City Lord several times, and the city wall at the city gate instantly collapsed. Some of the people in Skygate City who were below the high ranks were almost instantly affected by the aftershocks and killed. "You're courting death." The Lord of Skygate City was furious. He could no longer endure it. At this moment, there were no longer invisible waves of mind energy in front of the Skygate City Lord. Instead, a towering tree materialized out of thin air. As soon as the giant tree appeared, countless branches whipped towards the Jiao. Some of the branches started to bind the Jiao. Inside the city, in the center of the inner city, a towering tree that seemed to have been dead silent before was also swaying slightly at this moment. Spiritual energy waves were rapidly transmitted from afar. The spiritual energy was mixed with anger, as if it was questioning something. Behind the Jiao, the two large rank 9 beasts were also recovering their mentality. Seeing that the two sides were about to negotiate, the Jiao panicked. Roar! A loud roar cut through all the psychic waves, and in the next moment, the Jiao's horn exploded with a brilliant golden light. Roar! Behind him, the two giant beasts also roared. The golden-horned Beast King was going to risk its life. It was normal for rank 8 powerhouses to fight with celestiality. Once the imperishable substance erupted, it would be a battle to the death. The Skygate City Lord had originally been waiting for the results of the negotiations between the two sides. He did not want to see the 100 Beasts Forest start a war without any clear reason. Who knew that even though he wanted to go easy on the Jiao would not. The instant the imperishable golden substance erupted, the countless illusory and real branches suddenly shattered, and wisps of energy dissipated between heaven and earth. This was not enough. It was not time for the Jiao to risk its life. The Jiao's imperishable substance erupted, and in the next moment, it charged out of the Skygate City Lord's line of defense, and in an instant it was above the city. Its mentality was fully unleashed, and pillars of golden energy exploded like thunder in the city. King! Save me! Would King! The weaker Skygate City people died instantly, and the stronger martial artists bled from their orifices, howling in pain. Bastard! The Skygate City Lord's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He roared, "Divine would kill it!" Before he finished speaking, the Skygate City Lord broke through the void, appearing in front of the Jiao in an instant, and slammed his palm down. The Jiao's golden armor exploded with a brilliant light, and it roared, not to the Skygate City Lord, but to the 2 rank 9 beasts who were still waiting behind. If anyone understood the language of the beasts, they would understand that the Jiao was asking if the 100 Beasts Forest had fallen to the point where anyone could kill as they pleased. The emissary was killed, the guards were killed, the Jiao was attacked, and its home was raided. What was it waiting for now? Was the 100 Beasts Forest still the demon's territory? These traitors had already come to their doorstep. What were they waiting for? Were they waiting for all the demons to be killed? The Jiao's furious roars made the 2 beasts tremble continuously. The next moment, the 2 beasts suddenly moved when they saw the Skygate City Lord crack the giant golden horn with a palm strike. One of the beasts, shaped like a giant crocodile, swept its giant tail toward the Skygate City Lord. Before the giant tail reached him, the buildings below collapsed instantly. Countless residents died instantly, not even having the chance to scream. The Sky Gate City Lord was furious. Without mercy, he slammed his palm across the air. The void trembled, the earth cracked, and countless buildings collapsed. The ground below caved in, and even the energy mineral veins became clearly visible. In the center of the city, the towering tree's mentality fluctuated violently. The other lion-like beast also roared, questioning the Sky Gate City Lord. The towering tree's mentality fluctuated continuously, as if trying to explain something. Monsterwood City was not willing to start a war with the Forbidden Land, especially when the battlefield was in Monsterwood City. If they continued fighting, Monsterwood City would be destroyed. At this moment, the Sky Gate City Lord was already fighting the giant crocodile. Under the battle between two rank 9 powerhouses, the giant crocodile had no scruples. Under the aftershock, thousands of city guards and martial artists within a radius of 1,000 meters were almost defenseless. Their flesh and blood exploded, and they died tragically. As for the Jiao, it was also fighting with a few high-ranked powerhouses from Skygate City. Even if the rank 8 golden-bodied Jiao injured itself all over, its combat strength was still extremely strong. Right now, it was facing a rank 8 and a few rank 7s. Under full outburst, it suppressed them all the way to the depths of the city. As for the silly wood who was explaining, the Jiao was also helpless. It could not stop it. It could only fight first. It would rush to the central area and fight with the silly wood. Who knows, they might start fighting. By then, it would be useless to explain. Just as the two sides fought until the void trembled, the buildings collapsed, and the earth cracked, Fong Ping had already taken the opportunity to dig a hole into the city. At this moment, Fong Ping also felt an immense pressure. In the sky, the two rank 9 powerhouses were fighting. A few other rank 7 and 8 martial artists were also fighting with the Jiao. The aftershock shook and countless people died. If Fong Ping's mentality was not strong enough, he suspected that he would have been killed by the aftershock. Too strong. Fong Ping was shocked. No wonder humans dared not let the catacombs' powerhouses rush out, no matter how big the price was. Right now, the two rank 9 powerhouses were not necessarily fighting to the death. In fact, the Skygate City Lord was actually protecting Skygate City. Under such circumstances, within a radius of 1,000 meters, except for a few top-notch middle-rank powerhouses, almost everyone else was dead. This is not a fight to the death. Once on the ground, under the rank 9 fight to the death, fighting and running at the same time, how many people will die? Fong Ping shuddered a little. Even a martial artist like him felt immense pressure when faced with the aftershock of the battle between the two sides. He was worried that he might be killed. Those ordinary people would probably become minced meat in an instant. In a large city with a radius of a few thousand meters, if it was crowded, there might be tens of thousands of people. When both sides fought, the aftershock could kill all of them in an instant. After finding a place slightly closer to the inner city, Fong Ping carefully hid beside a collapsed building. He felt a headache coming on. What should he do now? The big tree in the center of the city seemed to be negotiating with the lion. He did not understand how the two sides negotiated. There was no sound either. The big tree and the lion seemed to be communicating with mentality. Fong Ping did not know when the negotiation would end. What should I do? How do I trigger the two sides to continue fighting? Fong Ping glanced at the Jiao not far away from him. At this moment, the Jiao was also fighting with its life on the line. It was fighting with all its might, forcing a few rank 7 and 8 powerhouses to retreat continuously. Fong Ping saw that it seemed to want to rush to the center of the city. Could it be that rushing to the center of the city was enough? Fong Ping could not hear the big tree and the lion's negotiation, but the Jiao could. As the big tree's mentality fluctuated continuously, the lion suddenly looked at the Jiao, a fierce glint in its giant eyes. The Jiao roared angrily. It was the monster tree. In the next moment, the jiao suddenly cracked its flesh. Visible wounds and cracks appeared on its body. The monster tree's aura was strong. The lion looked at the giant tree in the center of the city again. The fierce glint in its giant eyes appeared again. This aura could not be faked. Did the monster tree attack the golden-horned beast king? The Skygate city lord, who was fighting with the giant alligator, saw this scene and roared suddenly. "Stop it, all of you! Crocodile King, Lion King, it's all a misunderstanding." The Skygate city lord did not use mentality to negotiate. Instead, he used the catacombs language. At this moment, the Skygate city lord was furious. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the collapsed buildings in the city and the cracked ground. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He roared, "The divine tree has not left the city. It has not left the city. The golden-horned beast king's injuries have the remnants of the divine tree's aura. But it was not the divine tree's doing." Roar! Before the two beast kings could speak, the jiao's ferocious nature exploded. It suddenly opened its mouth. It opened its mouth wide, and a huge black hole appeared in an instant. It swallowed a level 7 martial artist who was fighting with it in one gulp. "Bastard, golden-horned beast, you have a death wish." The Skygate city lord was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He slapped his palm in the air. His palm instantly became countless times bigger. In the blink of an eye, his palm covered the sky and the earth, falling toward the jiao. The jiao roared violently. Its whole body shone with golden light, but it did not take the attack head-on. Instead, it quickly rushed into the ranks of the Skygate city high-ranked martial artists. Its body suddenly shrank, returning to its original size. The giant palm kept chasing. The high-ranked martial artists hurriedly retreated. At this moment, the giant crocodile swept its tail, smashing the giant palm into pieces. The Skygate city lord said angrily, "Let him go!" Nowadays, there were not many high-ranked martial artists in the city. Another rank, 7 commander, had been swallowed. This was something he could not tolerate. The death of other middle and low-ranked martial artists did not affect him much. Even if he was a rank 9, he could not bear the loss of a high-ranked martial artist. The jiao ignored him. Its huge stomach squirmed. After a while, the jiao spat out a skeleton that was almost inhuman. Boom! The Skygate city lord was furious. Celestiality intertwined in midair like thunder. He no longer cared if a great battle would break out. His figure pierced through the void and suddenly appeared in front of the jiao. His palms quickly slapped down. Boom! The sound was heard again. The jiao flew hundreds of meters backward, crashing into countless buildings along the way. Its golden flesh cracked continuously, blood splattering across the void. Seeing this, the two monster kings flew into a rage. The Skygate city lord did not chase after the jiao. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Are you two beast kings trying to start a war between the kings?" The golden-horned beast's injuries were not caused by the divine tree. The lion beast roared a few times. A golden skeleton suddenly appeared in its hand. The Skygate city lord's eyes were dark. He said angrily, "The Forbidden Land guards were not killed by the divine tree. The divine tree has been healing all this time. 3 years ago, the land of rebirth powerhouses ambushed Monsterwood City. The divine tree was not paying attention and was injured. This mark was caused by the land of rebirth powerhouses' divine weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, the jiao, who was flying backward, suddenly let out a shrill cry. The next moment, its huge golden head was almost chopped off. A golden ray flashed. At the same time, the tree in the center of the city suddenly trembled. Then, the tree uprooted itself from the ground. No longer caring if it would cause damage, it attacked at high speed. The jiao roared mournfully and slammed its 4 claws on the ground. The ground cracked again and collapsed completely. With a few fierce roars, the jiao quickly flew backward toward the two beast kings, still roaring incessantly. The Sky Gate City Lord's expression was extremely gloomy. With a furious roar, he struck with his palm. It was not aimed at the Jiao, but at the boundary where the Jiao was previously attacked. Boom! An incomparably huge pit appeared. Countless low-grade energy stones were blasted out, but no one paid attention to it. The two Beast Kings' huge eyes were bloodshot. Someone had attacked the golden-horned Beast King right in front of them. Moreover, they had guessed that the golden ray earlier was the weapon that had attacked the guards and the golden-horned Beast King. The lion beast wanted to ask more questions, but the giant crocodile was completely enraged. Would the land of rebirth powerhouses appear in Monsterwood City? If even Monsterwood City had been invaded, then Monsterwood City would have been destroyed long ago. How could it have fought the land of rebirth for so many years? During the ambush just now, even they did not feel any fluctuations. Because there were no strong energy fluctuations, they did not know how strong the attacker was. However, the rank 8 golden-horned Beast King had its golden body broken directly, and its head was almost chopped off. This was definitely not something an ordinary rank 8 could do. There was still a king-level powerhouse hiding in the dark. If a king-level powerhouse appeared in Monsterwood City, unless the monster of Monsterwood City helped to hide, there was no way he could hide from them. Would the monster help the land of rebirth powerhouses hide? Or was there some shameful secret that they did not know? At this moment, no one, not even the demons, noticed that the Jiao's huge eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The chef was actually here, but he was really weak. If it had not let go of all its defenses, it would not have been able to stab in. The Jiao was surprised. Fang Ping, who had already sneaked into the mine, was scared. That was so dangerous. Besides, the Jiao was really King cunning. As soon as the short sword appeared, that fellow let go of its defenses, and its head was chopped off until it was bloody. Fang Ping felt that he did not have the ability to do that. That fellow did it on its own. You'd be happy if I really chopped off your head, Fang Ping complained in his heart. He moved forward cautiously, keeping the short sword in his storage space. At this moment, it was already a mess outside. The monster would sense the aura of its main trunk. It rose from the ground and rushed over. The two Beast Kings were completely enraged because the Jiao was almost killed. They could not care less about explaining to the other party. They were already fighting the Sky Gate City Lord. This also had something to do with the Jiao. The fellow retreated, looking extremely aggrieved. It had an attitude of wanting revenge, even if it had to risk its life. It charged straight at the Sky Gate City Lord, refusing to retreat even when its whole body was torn apart. At this time, the two Beast Kings could no longer sit by and watch. They had brought the golden-horned Beast King to seek justice. In the end, the golden-horned Beast King was almost killed in front of them. This was the greatest humiliation to them. As for the person who had attacked the golden-horned Beast King, he had suddenly disappeared. The two Beast Kings believed that the monster would have helped the other party hide his aura. Perhaps he wanted them to stay more vigilant. The two beasts did not plan to look for him. Together with the person in the dark, the Monsterwood City had 3 Beast Kings. Perhaps they needed help. The Sky Gate City Lord wanted to look for him. At this moment he was extremely aggrieved. He wanted nothing more than to capture the murderer immediately and prove his innocence. However, he was entangled with the Jiao. The other party refused to retreat. The two Beast Kings did not listen to his explanation either. They began to attack with all their might. His ability was slightly weaker than the two Beast Kings. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to explain anything. Who is it? The Sky Gate City Lord was furious, but he was also a little confused. Why would another powerhouse suddenly appear in the city? He had almost killed the rank 8 golden-horned Beast King in one move. He must be extremely powerful. Where did this powerhouse come from? Also, The weapon that suddenly appeared earlier was clearly mixed with the Divine Wood's aura. It must have something to do with the Divine Wood's main trunk that was cut off 3 years ago. The person who broke into the city 3 years ago was actually not in the city at that time. He only found out later that it was a powerhouse from the land of rebirth who attacked. However, at this moment, even he had doubts. Had the Divine Wood's main trunk really been cut off by a powerhouse from the land of rebirth? He and the Divine Wood were only partners. They were not completely integrated. Was the Divine Wood hiding something? At this moment, the Skygate City Lord only felt that he had fallen into a huge trap and darkness. What was going on? Monster Sunflower City. Or does the Divine Wood have its own thoughts? Monster Wood City's ability has been continuously damaged. Is it really just an accident? As he resisted the attacks of the two Beast Kings with difficulty, all kinds of conspiracies and schemes kept appearing in the Skygate City Lord's mind. At one point, he even thought of the restricted area. Today, it was obvious that someone was framing him and Monsterwood City. However, time was too short. Moreover, he was entangled by the two Beast Kings. He had no time to think carefully. A gloomy look flashed in his eyes. When he saw that the Divine Wood was only looking for the thief from earlier instead of helping him out, a large number of buildings in the city collapsed. Countless people died a violent death. At this moment, the Skygate City Lord could no longer tolerate it. He had been bullied to this extent. If he continued to tolerate it, someone would dare to replace him tomorrow. For so many years, Monsterwood City had sent a large number of genius seeds to the restricted area. He had also made arrangements in the restricted area. Had he violated the interests of some people? You forced me to do this. He growled in his heart. The Skygate City Lord no longer cared about the people in the city. If this went on, he might die. If his people died, he could just abandon Monsterwood City and move to another place. He could still continue to be the king. Just as these thoughts appeared in his mind, the giant tree shadow in front of the Skygate City Lord suddenly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, a divine weapon in the shape of a giant axe was instantly grabbed by the Skygate City Lord. Kago! The Skygate City Lord roared. The giant axe slashed out violently. The void trembled, and the sound of an explosion rang throughout the world. Bang! A loud noise was heard. A giant golden blood column suddenly shot out from the giant crocodile's tail. The giant axe shadow covered the sky and the sun. Its aura was extremely powerful. The two Beast Kings were in disbelief. The towering tree in the distance also trembled slightly. They could no longer care about looking for the thief who had carried part of its body. The Wood King had condensed a divine weapon used by the land of rebirth powerhouses. It was not that the catacombs powerhouses did not use weapons, but they did not use the so-called divine weapons of the land of rebirth. Divine weapons required the heart and brain cores of monsters or monster plants. This was a big taboo in the catacombs. The catacombs powerhouses would not take the risk of starting a war with monsters or monster plants to condense a divine weapon. In addition to the existence of guardian monsters and monster plants, it did not matter if they were middle or low-ranked monsters. High-ranked monsters and monster plants could not be killed indiscriminately. This was a violation of the interests of monsters and monster plants. At this moment, the disbelief in the two Beast Kings' eyes turned into incomparable anger. The Wood King had killed high-ranked monsters before. No matter where the monsters came from, they were all their compatriots. But now they had become divine weapons. The land of rebirth and the catacombs were enemies. It was understandable that the two would kill each other. The Forbidden Lands did not want to get involved. Most of the divine weapons used by the land of rebirth martial artists came from the battleground, including some guardian monsters and monster plants. However, no matter where the Wood King's divine weapon came from, it was a sin. Roar! Roar! Two oppressive forces pierced through heaven and earth, covering the whole city in an instant. At this moment, countless catacombs humans died instantly. The Jiao dodged a few of them, slightly frightened. The Wood King had this. Did that not mean if it really invaded and angered the other party, it would really be killed quickly? The Jiao was a little scared. The ignorant were fearless. Previously, when it saw the Wood King being suppressed by the Land of Rebirth, it was not afraid of the Wood King, even if the Wood King was also a rank 9. But now, the Jiao's big head trembled. It was a little scared. Fortunately, there were 2 kings of the Forbidden Lands to deal with it. The Jiao was scared, the Beast Kings were angry, the monster plants were hesitant, and the Sky Gate City Lord's eyes were cold. This time it was in trouble. Hopefully, the people from the Forbidden Lands would come as soon as possible. No matter what, it had to get through this first. Seeing that the 2 Beast Kings were furious and attacking him again, the Sky Gate City Lord did not show any mercy. With a loud roar, the giant axe slashed across the sky and the earth. The entire outer city of Sky Gate City completely collapsed. Chapter 442. In midair, the few rank 9s had already begun to fight with their lives on the line. The fight was intense. The powerful energy waves could be felt clearly from hundreds of miles away. Hope City. Huang Jing had already returned to the city, his face full of worry. They had really started fighting. However, at this moment, he did not know if he was happy or worried. This time entering the catacombs, his mood was like a roller coaster, going up and down. It was exhilarating. Could Fang Ping wash away the suspicion of humans? It did not matter between humans and the catacomb city. Even if Fang Ping killed his way into the catacomb city, that was also his capability. Huang Jing was mainly worried that the monsters would be involved here. Powerful demonic beasts and humans didn't have many opportunities to fight. It was mainly because of the monsters and plants that guarded the monsters. The monsters in places like 100 Beasts Forest did not come into contact with humans. If things went wrong this time, it might increase the number of monsters in Magic City's catacombs. He could not say anything about this. If he said it, it might bring some trouble to MCMAU, unless it could be solved properly. The monsters did not involve humans. Just as Huang Jing was worrying, Tianmu suddenly said, "Old Huang, where are Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing?" Huang Jing said calmly, "They are still training outside." Tianmu nodded, then said, "These 2 kids should not run around. Now that the situation in the catacombs has changed, no one knows if there will be a big battle next. Sigh, troubled times." Tianmu sighed. The white-haired Elder Fan said solemnly, "Sky Gate City, something is wrong." I can feel it. The Lord of Sky Gate City is fighting with 2 big Beast Kings." Elder Fan paused, then said in a low voice, "1 against 2? How is that possible?" Everyone exclaimed. In many people's eyes, the Lord of Sky Gate City was the weakest rank, 9, a piece of trash. Back when he killed Wu Quishan, a rank 9 could not even kill a rank 7. All these years, Elder Fan had fought with him many times. Almost all of them had the upper hand. If not for some scruples and the fact that he could not kill him, he would have killed him long ago. But now, Elder Fan said that the Lord of Sky Gate City was fighting 1 against 2, and 2 Beast Kings at that. Demonic beast experts were all extremely powerful. In the same realm, if a human expert fought against an opponent, the chances of winning would only be 50-50. As for human powerhouses, they were generally slightly stronger than the catacombs' powerhouses. Elder Fan said in a deep voice, "It is indeed 1 against 2, and he is not at a disadvantage." At this moment, Old Man Fan turned his head back. Very soon, a figure shot over. A middle-aged man with a cold expression stood in the air and said in a low voice, "The aura of a divine weapon! The master of Skygate City is using a divine weapon." Apart from Elder Fan, everyone bowed slightly when they saw the person who came. Guardian. The person who came was not Wu Chuan, but the Guardian of the West, Zhang Weiyu. Sino Nation's 4 great guardians, the Eastern Guardian and the Northern Guardian, were top-notch powerhouses who ranked 3rd and 4th in Sino Nation. They were among the top 10 in the global rank 9 ranking list, true rank 9 Paragon figures. The fifth was the director of the Department of Investigation, ranked 14th in the world. The sixth was the Guardian of the West, Zhang Weiyu, ranked 18th in the world. Compared to Zhao Xingwu, Zhang Weiyu's ranking was much higher. Zhao Xingwu was ranked 35th in the world. As for Wu Chuan, one of the 4 guardians, he was ranked 98th and was not worth mentioning. Zhang Weiyu was ranked top 20 in the world. Naturally, his ability was not weak. He was much stronger than Old Man Fan. Looking at Sky Gate City in the distance, Zhang Weiyu's expression was calm. This time, he was the only Sino Nation rank 9 who came to help. However, Zhang Weiyu was not afraid. After looking for a while, he said, "It's a divine weapon. And it's not an ordinary divine weapon. It's a rank 9 divine weapon. This guy hit it very well. Interesting. I just want to know who taught him the method to condense a divine weapon." At this moment, everyone thought of something. Their expressions changed. Is it unique to him? Or do all the catacombs powerhouses have it? Zhang Weiyu said playfully, "Don't be nervous. It might not be our people who have the problem. Actually, we've even taken the initiative to reveal the condensing method in the past few years. I just want to know, is it only known in the 7 southern regions, or is it a method passed down from the restricted areas? If it's unique to him, then it'll be boring. If the restricted areas spread it to the outside world, then it'll be interesting." As soon as he said this, Old Man Fan frowned and said, "You mean, yes, if it's really done by the restricted areas, then there are many secrets hidden in it. Killing monsters and monster plants? Aren't they afraid that the monsters will rebel?" As Zhang Weiyu said this, he suddenly stopped talking about this. He smiled faintly and said, "This is the 7 southern regions' internal strife. It has nothing to do with us. It's not time for a war yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Jing looked a little uneasy. Zhang Weiyu glanced at him. Huang Jing said immediately, "I'm afraid that our Hope City will be affected." Zhang Weiyu said faintly, "Don't worry about these people. If the Paragon Kings don't come out, they can't do anything. If it really affects Hope City, kill a few rank 9s, and then there'll be peace." Zhang Weiyu's words were extremely domineering, but everyone was not completely at ease. The Western Guardian was very strong, but that was one-on-one. Right now, there were so many rank 9s. Even if he could kill the other party, how many could he kill? As if he knew what they were thinking. Zhang Weiyu smiled faintly and said, "Don't panic, everyone. The Southern Minister is already rushing over here. I'll join forces with the Southern Minister. If the Paragon Kings don't come out, don't worry." The Minister of the Department of Investigation Services, Nan Yunue, was the #1 person below the Paragon Kings in Sino Nation. She was also the only rank 9 female powerhouse who entered the top 10 in Sino Nation. Her ability was slightly stronger than Zhang Weiyu's. With the 2 powerhouses joining forces, although the situation was tense, it was not to the point where they could not fight back. They were not as strong as the Paragon Kings, but both of them were not far from the Paragon Kings. If they joined forces, they could even destroy a few cities easily. Hearing that the Southern Minister was coming, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were only 3 rank 9s, including the Southern Minister, but the 2 strongest rank 9s below the Paragon Kings in Sino Nation were here, so they did not have to be too afraid. Secretly relieved, Huang Jing suddenly thought of something and asked immediately, "Guardian Zhang, does the Sky Gate City Lord have a divine weapon?" This was a big deal. Yes. Huang Jing's expression changed completely. The Sky Gate City Lord had a divine weapon, and a rank 9 divine weapon. Old Wu still wanted to hide his ability and break through to rank 9 to kill the other party. Fortunately, the other party exposed himself in advance. Otherwise, if Wu Quishan really went with the intention to kill the other party without such preparation, he might lose his life. No matter how weak the Sky Gate City Lord was, he was still a rank 9 for many years. Moreover, was he really weak? Could the other party have been hiding his ability all along? Or was he simply showing up but not putting in any effort? Now, with the appearance of a rank 9 divine weapon, Huang Jing realized that some things were really beyond his imagination. This time, if it were not for Fang Ping accidentally causing an internal conflict between the two parties, MCMAU might have suffered a huge loss. At this moment, Huang Jing no longer thought about whether Fang Ping would cause a war between humans and monsters. This matter would cause a commotion, even if the monsters found out that it was the humans who caused trouble. But the Skygate City Lord had produced a divine weapon. This matter could be explained, and both parties would be entangled. At this time, the monsters might not care about the life and death of a rank 8 monster. Compared to this, the more important thing was that the catacombs' powerhouses were condensing divine weapons. After all, there were 13 city Lord powerhouses in the 7 southern territories. If each of them condensed a rank 9 divine weapon, it meant that at least 13 rank 9 monster plants and monsters had to be killed. Compared to this, what did it matter if the humans caused trouble and killed a rank 8 monster? The kings of the Forbidden Lands were more concerned about their own lives. They were rank 9. If there was one, there would be 2. Today, they secretly killed a rank 9. Who knew if it would be them next time? This kid this time, he really caused a big commotion, Huang Jing murmured in his heart. From the looks of it, this matter was developing in a good direction. Forcing the Skygate City Lord to reveal his divine weapon, not only could he prevent Wu Quishan from failing, but he also caused an internal conflict in the catacombs. This was a good thing. Now, the only thing he was worried about was whether Fang Ping could come back alive. Skygate City was in such a state. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. Skygate City. At this moment, both parties were really angry. The 2 monster kings were fighting to the death. The Skygate City Lord's eyes were cold and fierce, fighting with all his might. Monster did not participate in the battle, nor did it continue to search for Fang Ping. Instead, it was guarding the city. The 3 rank 9s were fighting without a care for anything else. If this went on, the city would be destroyed. There were millions of citizens here. Compared to the Wood King, this was Monster Wood's lair. These citizens were also its people. Monster Wood's branches and roots spread out, building a celestiality barrier in the direction of the inner city. Monster Wood itself was also swaying in the void, blocking the aftermath from invading the inner city. It would be fine if the outer city was destroyed, but if the inner city was destroyed, the essence of Monster Wood City would be lost. At this stage, the Jiao was no longer worried about the 2 sides making peace. Ever since the Wood King's divine weapon appeared, the Jiao was both afraid and relieved. At this time, no matter what the Wood King did, the 100 Beasts Forest would not let it go. The other Forbidden Lands would not let it go either. While the powerhouses were fighting, the Jiao slowly retreated. The next moment, the Jiao's figure disappeared. After a while, in another direction of Monster Wood City, the Jiao appeared on the ground without a sound. The few martial artists who saw it were horrified. Before they could speak, the Jiao's mentality shocked them to death, turning them into mush. The Wood King was fighting. The silly tree was guarding the city, and the other rank 7 and 8 martial artists were defending the periphery. As a rank 8 venerable, what did it have to fear? The fountain of life was in the silly tree's body. It was not easy to take it, but the life ores the silly tree could not bring them away, could it? It would swallow the ores first. At this stage, even if the 2 sides sat down to negotiate, it would swallow it. Would the Forbidden Lands make it spit it out? The Jiao entered the city from another direction. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not dare to move. He hid carefully in the mine tunnel. He wanted to mine some ores too, but at this moment, there were still many martial artists patrolling the mine. Even if the battle outside was earth-shattering, these powerhouses did not leave. Especially after the Monster Wood left, there was still a rank 7 powerhouse guarding this place. This was the foundation of Monster Wood City. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not be abandoned. Fong Ping did not dare to show himself, mainly because he was afraid that if he fought, he would cause a big commotion and attract attention. Once the rank 9 powerhouses outside noticed that a big battle had broken out here, they might stop fighting. It was not easy to get both sides to fight. At this time, Fong Ping could not lose the big picture because of a small matter. The energy mine was indeed a small matter at this moment. The death of a few rank 9s was a big deal. Just as Fong Ping was carefully hiding, a slight tremor suddenly came from afar. After a while, Fong Ping's face was blank. This guy, why was it here? Was it not fighting with the people of Sky Gate City outside the city? Why? Was this demonic beast still a demonic beast or not? It provoked a war between the two sides, and in the end it wandered into the mine leisurely while the few rank 9s outside were still fighting. Fong Ping was stunned to the extreme. In the mine tunnel a distance away, the Jiao did not maintain its golden body. There was no golden light flashing. The gray outer armor made the Jiao less domineering and more wretched. This guy looked around with its big head. Whether it saw people or energy ores, it did not waste any time, opening its mouth and swallowing. After swallowing, it was still a little disgusted. At first, it swallowed people directly. Later, it did not swallow people at all. Instead, it swallowed energy. The people it swallowed were also spat out. Obviously, it felt that these people were too dirty or the taste was not delicious. After swallowing for a while, the Jiao continued to walk around the mine tunnel. It had not found the core mining area. However, sensing energy was also a monster's specialty. It had already sensed the location of the core mining area and was walking towards it. As it walked, the Jiao suddenly looked back. In the mine tunnel, Fong Ping hid himself well. Although he had worked with the Jiao a few times and the big guy did not eat him, Fong Ping did not feel that the man and the monster had any tacit understanding. Who knew if he would be swallowed by the Jiao in the next moment? If he could avoid it, it was best not to. The Jiao looked back suspiciously, but did not stay for long. Very quickly, it walked briskly towards another tunnel. Fong Ping waited for it to walk for a while, then came out. His face showed a hint of struggle. Then he gritted his teeth and went. Maybe this big guy could be his fighter and help him take the blame. The core mining area would definitely have a lot of energy ores, and they would be the high-ranked kind. There might even be 100% pure ones. If he could dig some out, then he would really make a killing. Fong Ping followed behind the Jiao, cautiously. In front of him, there was a faint vibration from time to time. The Jiao was going for the kill. This guy was a rank 8 monster. Although it had been injured a few times, it had just swallowed a rank 8 monster, so did not lack imperishable substances. Although it looked miserable, its injuries were almost healed. At this moment, the powerhouses were all outside. The monster trees had all left their roots and were not in the mood to care about it. In the mining area, this guy was almost invincible. The vibration came from time to time. Fong Ping saw a lot of corpses along the way, and he also saw a lot of weapons. The Jiao did not swallow these weapons. It was not interested in them, and it did not have the habit of eating metal. It was not interested in them, but Fong Ping did not care. The Jiao had swallowed all the energy ores. Even the low-ranked ones were not spared. Wherever Fong Ping walked, the energy in the tunnel was wiped clean. This bastard did not leave any for him. Fong Ping kept the weapons, armor, and other miscellaneous items such as metals and the like. These things did not take up much space. When he went back to MCMAU, it would be good to set up an exhibition hall. He had collected a lot of middle-ranked martial artist medals. Fong Ping had collected a lot recently, at least 100. He, a rank 5, had killed hundreds of middle-ranked martial artists. If word got out, it would be a great achievement. Even in the military department, the medals he had accumulated might be enough to reach the rank of general. Fong Ping followed the Jiao to the core mining area. Outside, a few rank 9s were fighting. Outside Skygate City, the Jiao's forest, In the area destroyed by Huang Jing, Qin Fengqing was digging frantically, murmuring, "There must be something. How can a rank 8 monster not have any treasures? No matter how poor it is, it should have left something behind, right?" Yes, he was raiding the Jiao's old home. Just a few dozen li ahead, 3 rank 9s were fighting, the aftershocks almost reaching here. Qin Fengqing did not care, though. He was so weak that they did not want him. He was very concerned about the monster's nest now. It was not easy for him to wait until the Jiao left. If he could not go to Skygate City, it would be a death wish, but the Jiao's forest could come. After digging for a long time, there was nothing. This can't be. Did Fang Ping and old Huang dig it away? That's not right. They didn't dig. Qin Fengqing frowned. Was there such a poor rank 8 monster? He did not believe it. Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing continued digging frantically. If he did not dig now, there would be no more chances in the future. Soon, Qin Fengqing's face lit up, and he grabbed a metal weapon in his hand, murmuring, "There is! I knew it." Although this weapon was not very good, it looked like it was made of C-class alloy, but it was better than nothing. When the Jiao killed people, it would usually not swallow these things. It would just dig a hole and bury the dried corpses together with the miscellaneous items. Qin Fengqing was suddenly motivated, still muttering, "Raiding 2 rank 8's nests in a day. Who else but me can do it?" However, when he thought of Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing's expression turned ugly. That guy had gone to raid a rank 9's nest. Just you wait. I will raid a rank 9's nest sooner or later. Chapter 443. Tianmen City. In the core area of the mining area, the tremors were getting stronger and stronger. The Jiao had already entered the core area and was fighting with the rank 7 powerhouse who had stayed behind. However, a rank 7 powerhouse would not be killed so easily. The person outside had been easily swallowed by the Jiao because the Jiao had fought with him many times before. The Jiao had used its full strength to injure him. In addition, the Lord of Skygate City was still around at that time. The other party did not expect the Jiao to swallow him, so he died easily. At this moment, the rank 7 powerhouse guarding the place saw that Jiao had barged into the core zone. How could they be careless? As soon as he saw the Jiao, he unleashed his full strength, causing the ground to shake. The Jiao was a little angry, but also a little anxious. With such a big movement, the silly blockhead could easily sense it. It was too demonic. In a fit of rage, the Jiao's golden horn glowed with a golden radiance. This was not how a rank 8 should fight a rank 7, using imperishable substances to kill a rank 7. Generally, rank 8 would not do such a thing. It was a waste. Even if they could not kill a rank 7, very few rank 8 would do so. But the Jiao didn't care. If it swallowed the ores here, it could easily make up for what it had lost. Besides, it had swallowed the level 8 hedgehog beast before, so it had some imperishable substance to waste. The golden radiance on the golden horn became more and more intense. The Jiao unleashed its full power and used the golden horn to strike the opponent. The mine was narrow to begin with, and the other party was not as strong as the Jiao, so after a few tries he was still knocked down. This collision was going to be a huge problem. As though cutting through tofu, the golden horn pierced through the other party. The imperishable substance on the golden horn continued to condense and burst forth, obliterating the other party's mental energy. Shrill cries could be heard, but the Jiao had no time to stop them. It had no time. Fang Ping, who was outside, sighed. "Forget it, I'll help you." Waves after waves of mentality were released by Fang Ping, forming a thick mentality barrier. Although there was already quite a bit of movement, it was better to hide it for as long as possible. As he released his mentality, he began to mine. The Jiao was very efficient in killing. Apart from this 7th-ranked martial artist, the rest were all killed. The middle-rank metals that Fang Ping had collected had piled up into a small hill in his storage space. This time I've killed hundreds of middle-ranked monsters and 3 high-ranked monsters, 2 rank, 7 commanders. No, I have to add the tens of thousands of people who died in Skygate City. What a sin. Fong Ping felt slightly remorseful for himself. These merits, on the side of the humans, belonged to him. In the catacombs, it was definitely Cunning's doing. Fong Ping would not take the blame for it. As soon as he started digging, he caused a huge commotion. The Jiao also noticed him, and there was a dangerous glint in its eyes. Was this chef trying to steal its mine? Fong Ping knew that these beasts were not to be trifled with. He immediately put on a smile and said, "King Jiao, I dug them up for you. Look, before I leave later, I'll give them all to you. I won't leave any for you, lest it'll be troublesome for you to absorb them yourself. Can you leave a few low-ranked ones for me?" The Jiao glared at him, its golden horn continuing to grind away at the 7th-ranked master's spiritual power. And the silly blockhead seemed to have sensed it. When the Jiao thought of this, it stopped staring at Fong Ping. If the chef dared to take it for himself, it would eat him. Fong Ping's face was plastered with smiles, but his heart was filled with disdain. A demon is a demon. You want to compete with me in terms of intelligence? Do you think that's all I have? Stop joking. Fong Ping continued to dig madly. He dug out 10 pieces. 8 pieces were put into the storage space, and 2 pieces were kept by him. He wanted to keep 9 pieces, but the hole he dug was bigger. Keeping 1 piece was too little. He could not really treat the Jiao like an idiot. The Jiao continued to grind away at the other's mentality. As Fong Ping dug, he said, "King Jiao, when that tree comes later, can you cooperate with me?" The Jiao did not really understand. It stared at him for a while. Fong Ping gestured. "I'll continue to stab you with my sword. You'll pretend to be repelled by Skygate City's hidden powerhouse. You'll pretend to be injured by me, and then look for the 2 Beast Kings. Even if their mine is gone, you can say that it has nothing to do with you. You've been seriously injured the moment you came down. As for the energy stones, you can swallow some of them, and I'll help you hide some, just in case someone finds out. As for me, I'll pretend to be Skygate City's powerhouse and use a divine weapon to kill you. That will make it seem like we're not on the same side, right? This way, our previous loopholes will be patched up. I'll be Skygate City's hidden powerhouse, not a land of rebirth martial artist. You'll also be cleared of suspicion, right?" Fong Ping did not stop moving. He continued to dig. The Jiao was about to grind the rank 7 to death. He did not know if the Jiao understood what Fong Ping meant. Fong Ping guessed that it probably did. Soon, the Jiao's huge head nodded slightly. Obviously, it agreed to this plan. Fong Ping was overjoyed. This was good. In Monsterwood's lair, he had unleashed Monsterwood's aura, repelled the Jiao, and guarded the mine. Fong Ping did not believe that the Jiao was not from Skygate City. At this moment, the core mining area that both of them were in had a lot of high-ranked energy stones. They were almost everywhere. Fong Ping definitely could not take all of them. He did not have the time. High-ranked ores were still a little difficult to mine. As for the Jiao, it might not be able to swallow much either. The Monsterwood's mentality outside was starting to spill over. If nothing went wrong, it would be here soon. Fong Ping could not bear to blow up this mine. He had kept it for himself. Just because he could not take it away this time did not mean he could not do it again. If he blew it up, that would be really stupid. It would all be gone. He had preserved the mine. This was completely in line with Skygate City's interests. Fong Ping thought about this and continued to mine like crazy. The Jiao had finally grinded the rank 7 to death. With a flick of its giant horn, it tossed the corpse aside. Right now, the Jiao did not care about the rank 7's energy. It wanted to swallow the ores. In the next moment, the Jiao opened its mouth wide and began to swallow the energy around it. The rich energy gathered into a river and surged toward it. In the next moment, it swallowed it all. With this swallow, Fong Ping knew that he could not stay here for long. The commotion was a little too big. The mentality barrier was not omnipotent. With such a strong energy wave, it wanted to hide it? Who was it trying to fool? He knew that working with monsters was not a good thing. If he had come alone, he could definitely continue to dig. However, he could not enter the core area if he came alone. A rank 7 powerhouse was enough to kill him. The Jiao swallowed crazily. Fang Ping also dug quickly. At this moment, both man and demon knew that time was tight. They had to get as much as they could before anything else. After a while, Fang Ping suddenly stopped and said quickly, "I can't continue anymore. I think I'm coming back." The Jiao's large eyes showed a hint of anxiety. It could also feel that the silly tree was coming back. "Let's do this again next time. King Jiao, cooperate." A short sword appeared in Fang Ping's hand out of thin air. The Jiao did not think much of it. The divine weapons of the land of rebirth martial artists all appeared this way. However, seeing that Fang Ping had drawn his sword, the Jiao's large eyes suddenly stared at the energy ores beside him. Fang Ping cursed silently. "There are ores everywhere. Why are you still staring at this?" However, it was easy to take them away after digging them out. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He threw the wrapped energy ore over to the Jiao. The Jiao swallowed it in one gulp. In the next moment, Fang Ping stabbed it with his sword. A strong monster with aura exploded. The Jiao had a few experiences. It acted very naturally. Its large head cracked again, allowing the short sword to slash its golden bones. As if complaining that Fang Ping's strength was not enough, the Jiao used its own knife. It picked up the short sword and slashed at the golden bones on its head a few times. Then, it threw the short sword to Fang Ping. The Jiao broke through the ground and flew backward. At the same time, an extremely strong monster with aura exploded from its large head. Roar! The Jiao broke out of the ground and roared at the 2 beast kings in the sky. There are still powerhouses hiding underground. Run! No! Go to the 100 Beasts forest and find the other beast kings. In the sky, the 2 beast kings saw the Jiao being sent flying. They did not care why the Jiao had gone to the inner city. In their rage, there was also a deep sense of fear. Now, just the Wood King alone was enough to suppress them. The monster would seem to be extremely angry. If not for the appearance of the Wood King's divine weapon, which made it hesitate, it would have joined forces to attack. Coupled with the hidden powerhouse that was suspected to be of the same origin as the monster wood, they were in danger. Seeing that the monster wood was chasing after the Jiao, as if to silence it, the 2 beast kings roared. Their bodies expanded instantly. The 2 beast kings joined forces and unleashed their full strength, instantly repelling the Wood King. The next moment, the 2 beast kings grabbed the heavily injured and dying Jiao and fled quickly without looking back. The Sky Gate City Lord's expression was uncertain. He did not chase after them, nor did he look at the escaping beast kings. Instead, he looked at the rising auras in the distance. Someone from the restricted area had come. Someone had only just arrived. The 2 beast kings had probably fled because they had sensed this, which was why they had run away in advance. If nothing went wrong, they would be in big trouble after returning to the 100 Beasts forest. Seeing that the divine wood was still searching underground, its roots digging into the ground, lifting up a lot of soil and causing the ground to collapse, the Sky Gate City Lord suddenly shouted, "Enough!" What was there to look for now? Moreover, were you really looking for someone? Weren't you just trying to cover up, destroy the evidence, and let them leave? Who was the hidden powerhouse? Where did it come from? The other party had actually helped Monsterwood City and defeated the golden-horned Beast King that wanted to sneak into the mining area. Apart from himself and the Divine Wood, who else would do such a thing? A powerhouse from the Land of Rebirth? What a joke! The powerhouses from the Land of Rebirth could not wait for the mining area to be destroyed by the golden-horned Beast King. Why would they help Monsterwood City to defeat that fellow? If he had not been sure before, he was now absolutely sure. The person who had arrived was on his side. No, or rather, it was on the Divine Wood's side. What was the Divine Wood trying to do? Apart from himself, the Divine Wood was probably the only one who was concerned about the mining area. In fact, it was even more concerned than he was. This was because these tutelary monster plants were not guarding the city, but the mining area. The Skygate City, Lord's expression was gloomy, his eyes cold. It did not matter if he lost some mines or lost some citizens, including the death of 2 rank 7s. Although it was heartbreaking, it was nothing. What really made him uneasy was that Monsterwood City seemed to be somewhat out of his control. The Divine Wood was actually cultivating henchmen. Was it to replace his position? Only a rank 9 could be called king. If he was dead, the Divine Wood must cooperate with a rank 9. Otherwise, they would not be able to build a city, and the restricted zone would not recognize them. Was the hidden person a king realm cultivated by the Divine Wood? Too many doubts and too many worries arose in the Skygate City, Lord's heart. Why exactly? Could it be that he felt that his ability was too low, or that he felt that the loss of obeying the restricted zone and starting a war with the Land of Rebirth was too great? The Skygate City, Lord's expression was extremely cold. Also, the matter of the divine weapon had been exposed. This was also a big problem. In midair, Monsterwood's branches swayed. It seemed a little angry, constantly whipping the ground, causing the ground to collapse again. The powerful mentality was no longer searching for the thief, but was continuously released toward the Skygate City Lord. At this moment, the man and the demon had no intention of continuing to search for the thief, nor did they have the intention of chasing after the 3 monsters. The monsters in 100 Beasts Forest should not be killed if possible. If they really killed the other party, then they would have to start a war with a few major restricted zones. However, both the man and the demon were currently in a state of turmoil. The Skygate City Lord suspected that the Divine Wood had betrayed him, and the Divine Wood was also questioning where the Wood King's divine weapon had come from. In the distance, a few auras were approaching. Just as the man and the demon were maintaining a strange silence, the next moment, a few silhouettes descended from the sky. Lord Wood, who can tell us what exactly happened? At this moment, there were 4 powerhouses with powerful auras hovering in midair. They were no weaker than the Skygate City Lord. In fact, they were even more powerful. The leader of the group shouted coldly. A female powerhouse next to him rebuked angrily. 100 Beasts Forest said that Monsterwood City had attacked and killed their guards, so they came to confront them. Why did a battle break out? How dare you expose the divine weapon? Shut up. The female powerhouse was halfway through her sentence when the middle-aged leader shouted coldly. He turned his head to look at her and said coldly, "What divine weapon?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the female rank 9 suddenly shut up. The middle-aged leader looked at the silent Skygate City Lord and asked coldly, "Why did you attack? And why did you attack the 100 Beasts Forest monsters?" The Skygate City Lord said in a muffled voice, "I didn't know about the attack on 100 Beasts Forest. I attacked because 100 Beasts Forest did not listen to my explanation. They killed the citizens of Monsterwood City and even killed 2 of our commanders. King Crocodile and King Leo even attacked me with full force. I had no choice but to fight." The middle-aged leader frowned. The female powerhouse next to him shouted again, "Even so, you shouldn't have used your weapon." The Skygate City Lord looked at her coldly and said calmly, "Should I have been killed by 100 Beasts Forest?" Monsterwood City has suffered countless casualties over the years. Now 100 Beasts Forest has wreaked havoc and destroyed the royal city. Is this the restricted area's attitude toward Monsterwood City? For so many years, I have not seen any of the benefits promised by the restricted area. The restricted area will settle this matter. If 100 Beasts Forest comes to Monsterwood City again to cause trouble, I will take my people and leave the 7 southern regions. How dare you?" The female powerhouse was furious. "The Skygate City," Lord said coldly, "you are not at the peak yet. You have no right to yell at me." Be **starred. My 7 sons have become King Huai's disciples. Are you provoking King Huai? You. Enough. The middle-aged leader shouted coldly, interrupting their conversation. After looking around and seeing monster wood, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. According to 100 Beasts Forest, it was monster wood from Monster Wood City that attacked their guards. Was it really made of monster wood? This time, the Wood King had even exposed his divine weapon, which gave him a headache. If this matter was not handled well, there would be big trouble. Also, there was something strange about this matter from beginning to end. Why did Monster Wood City provoke 100 Beasts Forest for no reason? Could it be that it was really because of the rank 8 monster outside the city? No matter how threatening a monster that had just entered rank 8 was, it was not enough to make Monster Wood City take the risk and attack it halfway out of desperation. This was not the main point. The main point was that after the attack, they actually failed to kill the monster. The monster had escaped and even returned to 100 Beasts Forest to complain. This was simply a disgrace. At this moment, the rank 9 powerhouse who came out of the restricted area also felt a splitting headache. Suppressing the dissatisfaction and annoyance in his heart, the middle-aged leader shouted, Let's go to the residence of the city, Lord, to explain." The Skygate City, Lord did not say much and flew toward the inner city. However, seeing that the inner city was also in a mess, the Skygate City, Lord's eyes became even colder. In the inner city, the 100 Beasts Forest was not the main culprit, but the divine tree. More than half of Monsterwood City was destroyed. There were countless casualties. 2 chieftains were also dead. Today, other than him and the divine tree, there was only 1 venerable and 3 chieftains left in Monsterwood City. Among the 13 cities of the 7 southern regions, no city had suffered more losses than Monsterwood City and was weaker. Moreover, they had to face Hope City's martial artists. The Skygate City, Lord's eyes became more and more gloomy. This matter had to be investigated thoroughly. Was the divine tree still on the same side as him? Just as the people from the restricted area began to think of ways to solve the problem, Fang Ping also popped his head out a few thousand meters away from Skygate City. How exciting! Fang Ping shivered. So many rank 9s. In total, there were 8 rank 9s. In this life, he had never seen so many rank 9 powerhouses. This time, he had learned something new. When the Jiao ran away, he began to run outside. Skygate City also had an underground drainage channel. Fang Ping dove into the drainage channel and sensed the rank 9 aura in the sky. He was so scared that his heart almost jumped out. What did it mean to dance on the tip of a knife? He was. Luckily, the 100 Beasts Forest powerhouse attracted their attention. Fang Ping secretly felt lucky. As for whether he would be found out after this mess, whether he would be exposed or not, it was hard to say. If they really wanted to investigate, there had been incidents of people infiltrating 9 southern regions before. If both sides had exchanged information and reported this matter as a big deal, Fang Ping guessed that they might guess that he was the one who did it. Even if they guessed it, Fang Ping did not think much of it. Both sides were enemies, and it was the kind of grudge of life and death. His main worry was whether it would eventually lead to those wild monsters and plants looking for trouble with humans. If it led to such an outcome, it would be a little troublesome. Whatever, I didn't want this to happen either. It's all the Jiao's doing. Fang Ping suddenly felt that he had been wronged. He really did not want to do this. It was all the Jiao's doing. What could he do? Right? Will I be chased away when I return this time? Fang Ping suddenly thought of a problem. If he returned to Hope City this time, would Hope City chase him away? The possibility was very high. Should he keep it a secret and pretend that he did not know? But if he kept it a secret, his credit would be gone. Today he killed 5 high ranks, hundreds of middle ranks, tens of thousands of martial artists in the 3 lower ranks. destroyed half of Skygate City, and caused internal strife between both sides. Even a rank 9 would not be able to achieve such a great feat, right? If he kept it secret, then he would be a nameless hero. If he did not, then he would be prepared to be chased away immediately. The powerhouses of Hope City would probably want to smack him to death. I'm planning to stay here for a while longer, Fong Ping sighed in his heart. He had only been here for a day. At this moment, the sky was not even bright yet. It had not even been 24 hours since he came here yesterday. If he was chased away now, how embarrassing would it be? It's all that bastard Qin Fengqing's fault for giving me false information. Fong Ping casually threw the blame to Qin Fengqing. If it were not for this guy's inaccurate information, he would not have caused so much trouble. Also, would he be blacklisted? Fong Ping was a little frightened. Where would he go to mine in the future? At the same time, on the way back to Hope City in the Jiao's forest, Qin Fengqing cursed under his breath. Just 5 lousy weapons. They're all that bastard Fong Ping's. The Jiao's good stuff must have been swallowed by him. After digging for half a day, he had only dug out a few lousy weapons. 3 were equivalent to the strength of a C-class alloy. 1 was D-class, and the only one that was considered strong. The B-class weapon was actually a weapon similar to brass knuckles, pitifully small. Qin Fengqing was about to explode. This rank 8 lair was a bit of a loss for him to plunder. When the Jiao was escaping, its aura reached him, and he almost peed his pants. He had taken such a huge risk, yet the result was so little. It would be strange if he was happy. That kid Fong Ping, he didn't die in Skygate City, did he? I haven't split the spoils of my mine yet. Can that guy find the place where the mine was buried? Should I go look around Hedgehog Ridge? Maybe I can find where he's hiding? One after another, thoughts rose in Qin Fengqing's mind. He did not really want to go back to Hope City. If he went back, he might be thrown out. This time, he did not want to either. Qin Fengqing also felt wronged. This was all Fong Ping and the Jiao's fault. He did not do anything. They had agreed to kill rank 7 monsters, but in the end, a rank 8 appeared. Rank 8 was not enough. Then a rank 9 appeared, and a rank 9 was not enough. In the end, so many rank 9 appeared. If this went on, would a top-notch powerhouse appear? I won't be blacklisted, will I? I can't enter Nanjiang's catacombs. If I can't enter Magic City's catacombs too, what should I do? Qin Fengqing looked sad. This was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was if all the catacombs blacklisted him. How could he survive in the future? At this moment, Qin Fengqing and Fong Ping were very sad, afraid that they would be blacklisted and banned from entering. If it were a middle-ranked martial artist, the officials would not allow them to enter the catacombs. Even if they did not say it, they would probably be happy in their hearts. Many middle-ranked martial artists entered the catacombs every year because they had no other choice and were forced to carry out missions. For many people, entering the catacombs was a narrow escape. Chapter 444. The end of the rank 9 battle did not mean that things were over. Of the 2 beast kings that escaped, the giant crocodile took the cunning beast and ran toward 100 Beasts Forest, while the lion beast went straight to the 10,000 Ants desert in the west. It was time for the Forbidden Lands to wake up. The Guardian clans might have completely betrayed them. The catacombs' powerhouses were no longer worthy of trust and cooperation. These rank 9 powerhouses rushed with all their might. Not long after, 100 Beasts Forest's pressure shook the sky. Waves of rank 9 pressure rose, including a large number of rank 7 and 8 monster plants. In the city closest to 100 Beasts Forest, 2 waves of rank 9 pressure were like candles in the wind, being suppressed and shrinking. In the west, waves of energy tides also erupted in the 10,000 Ants desert. Ear-piercing, sharp roars shook the entire catacombs. In the central area at Mount Imperial Sea, beast roars also sounded and began to respond. At this moment, Even in the quiet, forbidden sea, in the depths of the ocean, there seemed to be demons roaring in response. In Monsterwood City, a few restricted zone powerhouses had just sat down and talked for a while when they sensed these movements. The rank 9 middle-aged leader's expression was frighteningly ugly. Very quickly, he sent one of them back to the restricted zone to report the news. This matter was no longer something he could handle. In the 7 southern territories, the few restricted zones, including Mount Imperial Sea and the Forbidden Sea, there were close to 30 king-level demons. If the anger of these demons could not be quelled, the 7 southern territories might usher in a huge riot. On this day, Magic City's catacombs was in turmoil. The rank 9 pressure had been shaking the heavens and the earth, and it was not withdrawn. Every city was shocked, vigilant, and worried. Even Monster Sunflower City, which was at war with Hope City, hurriedly withdrew the army outside the city. At this point of time where powerhouses roamed freely, once these powerhouses were dissatisfied, the slightest carelessness could easily wipe out countless people. On Hope City's side, the martial artists outside the city had long withdrawn. At this moment, even rank 7 powerhouses operating outside were extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could become the fuse of a great war. Hope City, North Gate. This night, Hope City did not sleep. At this moment, 17 or 18 high-ranked powerhouses gathered on the city wall of Hope City's North Gate. 3 rank 9s, 5 or 6 rank 8s, and close to 10 rank 7s. Magic City's catacombs were in turmoil. Some of the surrounding powerhouses began to come to help. On the city walls, Nan Yunua had just arrived. Although she was a woman, her expression was cold and firm. She looked towards the direction of Sky Gate City and said in a hoarse voice, "Prepare to evacuate!" Beside him, Zhang Weiyu frowned slightly. Then he nodded and said, "The military and middle and low-ranked martial artists are to be prepared to leave at any time." At this point, a great battle could break out at any time. Even if the other party was not targeting Hope City, Sky Gate City was too close. If there were too many rank 9s and a war broke out, Hope City would not be able to avoid it. High-ranked powerhouses were still fine, but if the middle and low ranks were affected, there would definitely be countless casualties. Su Mafu, who was following behind, had a stern expression. He nodded and turned around to instruct the deputy general. At this moment, it was no longer their battlefield. Once a rank 9 battle royal broke out, even he, Su Mafu, was not qualified to participate. He obediently led his men away. A few rank 9s were discussing in low voices. Beside them, Wu Quishan looked at Huang Jing with a profound gaze. Where's my divine weapon? Where were Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing? A rank 9 war had broken out. Where did these 2 fellows go? Also, the connection between him and the divine weapon was gone. Where's the divine weapon? Huang Jing's expression did not change, or rather, his expression was stiff. In any case, he did not look at Wu Quishan. As MCMAU's vice-chancellor, even if Wu Quishan was in closed-door cultivation, he still rushed over when such a huge incident happened in the Magic City catacombs. It was not just him. Lu Po Lu, who had recovered slightly from his injuries, also rushed over. After Wu Quishan arrived, Huang Jing did not say a word. Wu Quishan was about to explode. The moment he arrived, he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't sense his divine weapon, which meant that it wasn't on Huang Jing. This kind of divine weapon was nurtured by its master for many years, and their minds were connected. Naturally, Wu Quishan would not be able to sense it on the ground, but now that he was beside Huang Jing, there was no reason he could not sense it. At this moment, a few rank 9s were still around. Wu Quishan did not ask. However, the killing intent in his eyes was exceptionally obvious. What had Huang Jing done with Fang Ping and the others? With his divine weapon and the right timing, killing a rank 7 monster should not be a problem. Why did the catacombs erupt into chaos on the first day these fellows came in? Where did the divine weapon go? At this moment, Wu Quishen's heart was full of resentment. Was it lost? Or was it taken away by those two brats? If they took it, what did they do with it? Did the chaos this time have anything to do with these fellows? Seeing that Huang Jing was playing dead, Wu Quishen really wanted to kill this old thing now, then force him to reveal the whereabouts of his divine weapon. Just as Wu Quishen was feeling depressed, Nan Yunue suddenly opened her mouth, staring ahead, frowning slightly. Are there any martial artists who haven't evacuated from Skygate City? Nan Yunue had just finished speaking when Zhang Weiyu frowned slightly. How dare they? At this time, there was actually someone who did not return from the rank 9 powerhouse battle that broke out in Skygate City. These two were extremely powerful, and their senses were also very far away. After they talked for a while, Elder Fan, who was beside them, finally sensed it. Suddenly, he could not help but laugh. It's him, that's normal. The two top-rank 9 powerhouses could not help but look at him. Why did you know him? Rank 9 powerhouses rarely cared about those middle and low-ranked martial artists. MCMAU's Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing. Zhang Weiyu did not know too much. He was the guardian of the West, so he did not pay much attention to these things. On the other hand, the heroic Nan Yunue raised her eyebrows and said, Qin Nan's son. It's him. I've heard of him. He's the guy who often causes chaos among the monsters, Nan Yunue said casually. As the highest authority in the Department of Investigation Services, she had some understanding of these genius martial artists' information. As for the monsters' chaos, she did not pay much attention to it. Although it was also a monster riot this time, they were all high ranks, including some rank 9s. This was not something that Qin Fengqing could cause. As they chatted, Wu Quishen let out a sigh of relief. Qin Fengqing was back. Since he was back, it meant that they were not the ones who caused the trouble, right? After a while, Wu Quishen also sensed the aura fluctuations from afar. It was indeed Qin Fengqing who had returned. Where was Fang Ping? Wu Quishen did not think too much and continued to wait. After a while, on the city wall, the others also saw Qin Fengqing's figure. In the distance, Qin Fengqing was carrying a bag that was even bigger than his head, running toward them. Qin Fengqing is back. This kid has guts. He's only back now. He's carrying such a big bag again. Where did this kid go this time? Don't tell me he went to raid houses again? It can't be, right? Everyone was discussing fervently. On the city wall, Chen Yunqi, who was at the corner, looked around. She did not see Fang Ping and suddenly felt a little uneasy. She jumped off the city wall directly. A few Grandmaster powerhouses beside her turned their heads and glanced at her. They frowned slightly, but no one said anything. Chun Yunqi, who had jumped off the city wall, quickly ran toward Qin Fengqing. After a while, Chun Yunqi blocked Qin Fengqing's way and asked hurriedly, Senior Qin, where's Fang Ping? Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing went out together. Now that Qin Fengqing was back, where did Fang Ping go? He didn't come back? Qin Fengqing said. Seeing that Chen Yunqi was about to explode, he hurriedly laughed dryly and said, It's okay. He's at the back. What's wrong? It's not an all-out war. He's such a big, living person. What could happen to him? Chen Yunqi said anxiously, Didn't Fang Ping go out with you, Senior? Oh, they parted ways on the way back. Is Fang Ping hurt? He's fine, right? Qin Fengqing felt a headache from the questions. He said unhappily, I say, Junior Yunqi, aren't you worried about your Senior Qin's life? Didn't you come back? Qin Fengqing's heart was tired. What she said made sense. Forget it. He did not say anything more. He continued carrying his backpack and walked back. Seeing that Chen Yunqi was still not moving, Qin Fengqing said as he walked, Go back. Don't tell me you still want to look for him? That brat might be roaming around somewhere now. Maybe he's counting ores and forgot the time. How could he remember to come back? Counting ores? Cough, cough. Anyway, That brat must have gotten a lot of benefits. Qin Fengqing guessed casually. Seeing that Chen Yunqi still did not move, he muttered, "Women are so troublesome. You wait for me. I'll go back first." Anyway, he was just outside the city. He was not worried about Chen Yunqi's safety. However, thinking about how no one came to welcome him when he returned, Qin Fengqing was a little disappointed. The tigress did not even come to welcome him. Was she playing hard to get? Or was she heartless? She had no humanity at all. Ignoring Chen Yunqi, Qin Fengqing hurried into the city. He would go back first. When he was in the city, he would take stock of his gains. He could not wait. In the end, just as he reached the bottom of the city wall, before he could even enter the door, Qin Fengqing floated up. The next moment, Wu Quishan grabbed his neck and frowned slightly. "You came back alone?" Qin Fengqing looked helpless. He said dryly, "Fang Ping and I parted ways a long time ago." Fang Ping and Vice-Chancellor Huang left together. "Vice-Chancellor, why are you asking me?" "Vice-Chancellor Huang." Huang Jing continued to maintain his silence. Wu Quishan glared at him. Where did old Devil Huang put his divine weapon? Now that Qin Fengqing did not have it with him, it was very likely that Fang Ping had taken it away. It was related to Fang Ping's ability to hide his aura. The battle in Sky Gate City, Wu Quishan could not help but have an ominous thought. That brat, did he go to Sky Gate City? Wu Quishan was still deep in thought when Tianmu, who was beside him, suddenly laughed. "Kid from the Qin family, what's in your bag? It looks like there's something good in it." Qin Fengqing was instantly alert. He said hurriedly, "It's nothing. Just some waste ores. I brought them back to see if I can forge a few weapons." Waste ores? Tianmu could not help but laugh. He did not ask further. He was a rank 8 powerhouse. Separated by a little energy crystal, he could still sense a lot of things. It was not just waste ores. Who was this brat trying to fool? Would he rob him? Even Tianmu could sense it, not to mention the rank 9 powerhouses. At this moment, the few of them glanced at Qin Fengqing strangely. This rank 4 brats' gains this time were not small. However, Qin Fengqing did not want to expose himself, so they did not say much. Although there were many things, they were not enough to catch the rank 9's attention. However, for rank 7 and 8 it was considered a big gain. Seeing that everyone did not ask any more, Qin Fengqing breathed a sigh of relief. If the gains were too big, he could not expose his wealth. He could pretend to be poor at the same time. When Fang Ping came back, he would make a fortune. This fellow was sure that Fang Ping could come back, and he would also have gains. This was nothing. The rank 9 did not go after Fang Ping directly. How could that brat be finished so easily? Huang Jing was worried, but he did not take it seriously. Seeing that everyone did not speak, he did not leave either. He stood behind Huang Jing and waited. As soon as he stood still, someone beside him sneered softly. "Didn't you say you went to 100 Beasts Forest? I thought you were great, but you only dug some waste ores back?" Qin Fengqing's expression was a little stiff. He said impatiently, "What do you know? Women, long hair, short knowledge. Don't expose your wealth, understand?" "Yes, I don't know. But every time you come back, aren't you arrogant and domineering? It seems that the rank 9 battle this time has scared you out of your wits." Zhou Qiyu finally found a chance to take revenge. Right now, she was ridiculing him to the extreme. Qin Fengqing was very arrogant. This fellow was not a low-profile person. Every time he came back with gains, even if it was not that much, he could boast about it more and be more powerful. According to this fellow, every time he went to the catacombs, he would kill countless monsters, confront the high ranks, and walk the high ranks like walking a dog. Yesterday, he vowed to go to 100 Beasts Forest, and today he came back just like that? Qin Fengqing snorted. What did she know? I can't be bothered with you. Don't try to get close to me. Zhou Qiyue's expression was dark. She said impatiently, "Stubborn duck." "I'm stubborn duck?" Qin Fengqing suddenly felt that he should not have kept a low profile. He was actually being looked down upon. It was okay for others to look down on him. Zhou Qiyu, this tigress, clearly had a crush on him, but still insisted on going against him. What was she trying to do? In the next moment, Qin Fengqing did not say anything. He took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, opened it directly, and shook it to the ground. Everyone turned to look. When they saw the hundreds of medals on the ground, they could not help but raise their eyebrows. Every time Qin Fengqing killed an enemy or picked up a medal, he would keep it and carry it with him. These medals were all his gains in the past few years. At this moment, Qin Fengqing's face was full of pride. He snorted and said, "See? 118 martial arts medals. There are more than 30 middle ranks. And there are even a few rank SAXS. In the entire martial arts university, how many fellows have the right to laugh at me? Qin Fengqing. I've killed more middle ranks than you've ever seen." Everyone agreed with the first half of what he said. This guy did have some ability, no matter how he got these medals. However, the second half of what he said made many people slightly speechless. Bragging is not how you brag. It's only 30 middle ranks. You're bragging like it's thousands or tens of thousands. Do you really think that everyone is ignorant? Forget about middle ranks. These people had seen more than 30 high ranks, and even more. Zhou Qiyue's expression was a little strange. She snorted, but she did not want to lose face. She said, "Who knows how you got it? Some people like to collect this, so it's not impossible to sell it. Yo, you're still arguing with me?" Qin Fengqing felt that it was necessary to show off his gains. When did women dare to talk back to men? In the next second, Qin Fengqing slammed his big bag on the ground and opened it directly. At this time, rich energy waves spread, attracting many high ranks to look at the bag. Energy stones, launching fruit, Zing fruit, pulse clearing grass, 7-leaf indestructible grass. Someone murmured. Then his expression changed, scurrying over hurriedly and saying, "Qin Fengqing, where did you get the 7-leaf indestructible grass?" What? Qin Fengqing turned his head and took a look. He recognized that the other party was a rank 7 powerhouse guarding the catacombs. As soon as he asked, the other party had already grabbed a golden blade of grass with leaves. Seeing that, Qin Fengqing said hurriedly, "Vice-Chancellor, someone is robbing me." He dared to expose himself here because both vice-chancellors were here. Now, this old guy took it without asking. This was robbery. The powerhouse who got the blade of grass had a dark expression on his face. He said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense." A few rank 9s were here. Why would he rob this kid? However, he was really tempted. At this moment, Wu Quishan also walked over. He stared at the golden blade of grass, then looked at Qin Fengqing strangely. He said lightly, "The indestructible grass will only grow in habitats where golden body powerhouses stay for a long time. This is because this blade of grass can only grow by absorbing the imperishable substance emitted by golden body powerhouses. For rank 7 martial artists, it is quite useful. They can understand some of the mysteries of the imperishable substance in advance. Of course, it also has a very strong healing effect because it has absorbed a lot of imperishable substance, unless it is a serious injury that cannot be cured. Otherwise, swallowing this indestructible grass can heal most internal and external injuries." As he said that, Wu Quishan said heavily, "It only grows in the habitats of golden body martial artists, and for a long time." This kid, what did he do? Qin Fengqing really did not know what this thing was, but his eyes lit up. He asked, "Vice-Chancellor, is it valuable?" The indestructible grass grows according to its age and the amount of imperishable substance it has absorbed. The number of leaves represents its age and medicinal efficacy. 7-leaf ones are worth at least 1 or 200 million. Qin Fengqing's eyes were almost shining. So valuable. He found this thing in the rank 8 hedgehog beast's lair. When he saw the dazzling golden light, he knew it must be something good. He plucked it without hesitation. He did not expect it to be so valuable. Qin Fengqin gulped. Wu Quishan flipped through his big bag again. After a while he said, "You went to rob a rank 8 martial artist?" He could not help but think so. Some of the things that Qin Fengqin collected were specialties that only rank 8 could have. This was not something that could be explained by good luck. Qin Fengqin laughed dryly. Then he said calmly, "How can that be? I'm still not a rank 8's match. I just went to the rank 8's home for a walk and brought some things back. Vice-Chancellor, how much are these things worth?" Wu Quishan paused. After a while he said, 1 billion is still worth it. So little? Qin Fengqin was suddenly stunned. Why was it so little? A rank 8's lair was raided, and it was only this little? The principal didn't trick me, right? Qin Fengqin hurriedly calculated. How many energy stones could 1 billion be exchanged for? Could it be liquefied and allow his celestial bridge to mutate? It seemed like it might not be enough. How could that be? At this moment, Zhou Qiue's face was already lifeless. This guy really went to the 100 Beasts forest to rob beasts? She was not the only one. Even the 7th and 8th level powerhouses were a little dumbfounded. Where had this guy gone? Going to destroy a rank 8's lair? The 3 rank 9 powerhouses all had strange looks in their eyes. Zhang Weiyu looked at Elder Fan with a relieved expression. No wonder you know him. It's not too much to know a rank for kid who destroyed a rank 8's lair. They were stunned, but Qin Fengqin frowned and said, "This is too little, isn't it? Headmaster, did you count wrongly? Fang Ping casually got tens of billions. This time, he might even get tens of billions again. Is that all I have? Previously, I was prepared to pretend to be poor, but now I realize I'm really poor." These words pierced his heart. Wu Quishan suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his heart. "Are you doing this on purpose? You're only a rank for earning more than 1 billion in one go, and you're telling me that's all? Not to mention when he was a rank for even now, if he went out for a trip and killed until blood flowed like a river, he might not be able to get so many things. Strong combat strength did not mean big gains. This kid Qin Fengqin, he used to be so poor that he could only use his pants. Since when did his standards become so high? Also, Fang Ping casually got tens of billions. Did he really think that it was easy? Last time in the Nanjiang catacombs, it was also luck and coincidence. How could there be so many good things waiting for him? As he was thinking, Nan Yunyue suddenly frowned and said, "There's still someone who hasn't returned? No, that's not right. What's that?" The next moment, Zhang Weiyu suddenly leaped into the air and looked into the distance. After a while, he muttered, "Don't tell me that this is also someone from MCMAU." Chapter 445. Even Zhang Weiyu was shocked. It was obvious that it was indeed shocking. Soon, the others also noticed the abnormality. A few rank 8 powerhouses could not help but look at Wu Quishan. What happened to MCMAU? Wu Quishan said nothing. "Don't look at me, I don't know." "Monster! The monster is here!" In the next moment, someone on the city wall exclaimed. Zhang Weiyu shouted, "Quiet, it's not a monster, it's not alive." It was a monster, yes, but it was not alive. At this moment, more than 300 meters away from Hope City, a human figure, no, a monster figure appeared in front of everyone. The rank 7 hedgehog beast was nearly 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. With such a huge body, it completely covered Fang Ping, who was underneath it. In everyone's eyes, they only saw the monster. Very few people noticed the legs under the monster's stomach. Outside the city, Chun Yunqi was shocked at first, but she quickly noticed something and rushed toward the monster, saying in surprise, "Fang Ping, you're back!" Fang Ping lifted the hedgehog beast a little higher and said in surprise, "You can even find out that it's me?" Chun Yunqi was amazing. "I only have a pair of big bear legs outside. Did you recognize my leg hair?" No, he did not have any leg hair. After successfully forging half golden body, the hair on his body was gone. Chun Yunshi said happily, "When I saw the monster, I knew that you're back." Her words were too imaginative. Fong Ping was confused. What did she mean? Do I look like this hedgehog beast? Seeing the powerhouse's mentality sweeping in his direction, Fong Ping smiled and said, "Let's go back to the city first. We'll talk after we get back." Having said that, Fong Ping carried the monster's carcass, leaped into the air, and flew toward the city wall. On the city wall, seeing the monster flying over, many middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists could not help but look at the grandmasters. Seeing that they were indifferent, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone could not help but say, "Fong Ping, what rank is that monster? Such a huge body, and it feels like the pressure has not dissipated. It's at least rank 6 or even stronger." Even in Hope City, not many people had seen a high-ranked monster. Most of the people he had met were dead. As for these grandmaster powerhouses, some of them had seen them before. Most importantly, even if some of them had killed a high-ranked monster before, very few of them could bring back a complete monster carcass. There was no other way. The risk was too great. The monsters were all very far away from Hope City. Even if they were able to keep them intact when they fought, for the sake of safety, these people would at most dig out their cores and brain cores and not bring them all back. This time, however, a rank 5 martial artist had brought back a rank 7 monster. Yes, they could tell that it was the corpse of a 7th-tier demonic beast. Not only that, there were also several large bags on the corpse of the demonic beast. The energy fluctuations were so strong that they suspected that they had arrived at a mining site. Who did Fong Ping rob? The rank 8 Tian Mu was shocked. There might not be so many rank 7 houses raided. This was no longer a property confiscation. It was more like a family extermination. Even the corpses of the demonic beasts were brought back. That was not all. When Fong Ping landed on the city wall, there was a slight tremor. A bag on the monster's carcass fell off and fell to the ground, its contents spilling all over the ground. This time, everyone was stunned. Zhou Qiyu glanced at Qin Fengqing. She did not know what expression to use to look at him. Qin Fengqing did not utter a word. He squatted down quietly and picked up the medals on the ground. "I knew it. I shouldn't have flaunted my wealth when this bastard came. I'm really poor." On the ground, there were medals scattered all over. Countless medals. One of the crystal-like medals stunned the high-ranked powerhouses. In the catacombs, medals of high ranks and middle and low ranks were different. Crystal-like medals were exclusive to high-ranked powerhouses. Tian Mu sucked the crystal medal on the ground into his hand. After checking it, he said in shock, "Fong Ping, kid, where did you go?" Fong Ping raised his head and glanced at it. He tossed the monster's carcass aside casually. The city wall shook slightly. Fong Ping smiled. "Nothing. I saw a rank 7 monster fighting with a rank 7 catacombs powerhouse on the way. When both of them were injured, I killed them both." Cough, cough, cough. Wu Quishan could not help but cough. He scolded, "Speak properly. Are you kidding us? Do you think we're ignorant? Also, the demonic beast that was killed was obviously killed with his divine weapon." Fong Ping looked around and laughed dryly. "It's true." As he said that, seeing that everyone did not believe him, Fong Ping said carefully that, "If I say that I went out for a walk and accidentally encountered a monster fight and a monster plotted against a few other monsters, then both sides had a big fight, and then I picked up some things along the way, would you believe me?" Everyone looked at him as if he was lying to them. Fong Ping was hurt. "I knew it. I knew that if I told the truth, you guys wouldn't believe me. If it were me, I probably wouldn't believe it either." Fong Ping had no choice but to say, "It's like this. I saw that the situation in Magic City Catacombs was not too good, and Skygate City is our biggest enemy. So I used a plan to rebel against Jiao's Forest Jiao. I made it a spy, and it helped me lead the beasts to attack Skygate City. In this battle, Skygate City suffered countless casualties. Even 2 rank 7 chieftains died. Then there's no then. Anyway, that's about it. Grandmasters, if I say this, will you believe me? Many people were still in a daze. Nan Yunue suddenly said coldly, "Tell me in detail. What happened?" Fong Ping glanced at her. This woman was very domineering. Wu Quishan winked at him. "Don't provoke her. She's very strong." Fong Ping understood. Although he did not really know her, he still said honestly, "All right, then I'll tell you in detail. Actually, it's like this. Vice-Chancellor Huang and I went to train together. I went too." Qin Fengqing immediately added himself in. Fong Ping glanced at him, speechless. He continued, "Then we accidentally encountered a rank 7 monster. Vice-Chancellor Huang showed his prowess and killed this monster. Unexpectedly, Jiao from Jiao's forest suddenly appeared and fought with another rank 8 monster. At that time, we were facing a life-and-death crisis. I suddenly remembered that I once worked with Jiao." "Work?" Nan Yunue interrupted him and stared at him. Fong Ping laughed dryly. "It's not really a work. Jiao needed to level up and lacked energy. I lured a group of catacombs martial artists into Jiao's forest, and it swallowed them." The 2 newly arrived rank 9 martial artists were a little confused. "There was such a thing? How did you survive until now? How did you survive?" "Then I asked Vice-Chancellor Huang to help kill that rank 8 monster." Fong Ping spoke tirelessly. According to him, everything was just a coincidence. As for himself, although he had some small contributions, it was all due to Huang Jing's good leadership. He had changed Jiao and made it a traitor, leading 100 Beasts Forest powerhouses to attack Skygate City. Then, the other party fought until they were outside the city. An injured rank 7 fell in front of Fong Ping, and he killed it in passing. As for the monster's corpse, it was also sent back by Jiao. When Huang Jing killed it, the situation was too tense, so he did not bring it back. In short, it was that simple. He was not responsible, but the credit was. As he said that, Fong Ping opened all the bags on the monster's corpse. There were countless high-ranked energy stones. Many people gulped when they saw it. How did this come about? Fong Ping also had an explanation. These were the treasures that Jiao snatched when it broke into Skygate City's energy mining area. It could not eat them all, so it gave him some and he brought them back. Huang Jing had no objections to Fong Ping's explanation. Qin Fengqing, however, looked disbelieving. He said in grief and indignation, "Nonsense, they were dug up." "Damn it, you want to take away my share, right?" Fong Ping could not be bothered with him. At this time he concluded, "This time I killed 2 rank 7 martial artists in Skygate City. I didn't bring the other medal back, but Magic City is familiar with them. If I don't see them later, I'll know. As for the rank 6 ones, I killed about 20. Rank 4 and 5 about 100. I don't count the rest. 3 lower ranks, tens of thousands. I'm too lazy to pick up these things. General Su, my contribution should be enough for the great general, right?" Su Mafu could no longer maintain his calm expression. He murmured, "Let me think about it. You said that you and Vice-Chancellor Huang and the others went out to train together, and then you killed a few rank 7 and 8 monsters, and then a rank 9 war broke out. The attack on Skygate City had something to do with you?" Fong Ping said immediately, "Yes, of course. If the monsters wanted to take revenge on us, then it's not because of us. It was Jiao's doing. I'll take the credit, but the responsibility is not mine." It was not that he did not want to take responsibility, but Fong Ping felt that it had nothing to do with him. In 100 Beasts Forest, the few monsters that died, other than this rank 7, were all killed by Jiao. Was he supposed to take the blame for this too? That was not right. Not only Su Mafu, but Nan Yunue and Zhang Weiyu were both top-notch rank 9 powerhouses. At this moment, they could not come to their senses. So the chaos in Magic City's catacombs was really caused by them? Nan Yunyue's expression changed. Zhang Weiyu yelled, "Nonsense!" Fang Ping did not know Zhang Weiyu, but he could feel the other party's strength. He laughed hurriedly and said, "This is not nonsense. I'm serious. We did not lead the other party to Skygate City. If we have to take the blame, we have to. This Grandmaster can choose not to believe my words. But you should believe Vice Chancellor Huang's. We were just taking advantage of the situation. If we didn't do this, not only would we not get any benefits, we would also have to take the blame for Jiao. Now, at least we've broken through Skygate City. I don't think this is nonsense." Huang Jing also said in a low voice, "Guardian, it's true. Even if we didn't do anything at that time, I'm afraid things would not have gone as smoothly as now. That Jiao in Jiao's forest is not quite right. At least the situation now is developing in a good direction. Although Wu Quishan did not guess everything, he had guessed most of it, including the role of his divine weapon. Of course, now is not the time to talk about the divine weapon." Wu Quishan laughed and said, "Guardian, MCMAU will not take credit for this. This is what we should do. Skygate City has a deep grudge against us. Destroying half of Skygate City is what we should do. We must do it. If, as the Guardian said, the Skygate City Lord's divine weapon could lead to a war between the two sides, that would be even better. I think Fang Ping did a good job. He went deep into the tiger's den and brought us the most detailed information. However, Fang Ping is still young. There's no need to calculate his merits for him." Fang Ping said hurriedly, "Vice Chancellor, we still have to give him what he deserves. He killed so many people." Wu Quishan said lightly, "Don't tell me you want to go to the military department." "That's not it. Then it's fine. Killing catacombs martial artists is the duty of us martial arts university students. It's not easy for the government and the military department either. Do you want the military department to reward you with billions? Is it so hard to sacrifice for humanity?" Fang Ping looked like he had learned something. He said hurriedly, "It's my duty. I'm a profiteer. I shouldn't have mentioned this. It's good that you understand. You're not an ordinary student. You're the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society. You're a role model for the students and the entire martial arts university. If even you have to be calculative, then is there still hope for this society?" "Vice Chancellor, you're right. I'll remember." The two of them echoed each other, instantly making this monstrous matter sound like it was a trivial matter. Zhang Weiyu's expression changed again and again. Nan Yunyue also looked at them strangely. Suddenly, she looked at Fang Ping and asked, "You can communicate with that Jiao?" Fang Ping said with a face full of smiles, "Of course not. But it's very smart. It will weigh the pros and cons of things that are beneficial to it. If that's the case, then why did it give you energy stones? It couldn't carry them. I saw it swallow a lot, and it couldn't swallow any more. It probably didn't want Skygate City to benefit." Nan Yunyue asked a few more questions, mainly about the cause and process of the incident. Magic City's catacombs had erupted into a war for no reason. Only now did they know that it had something to do with their own people. Moreover, it was so absurd that these powerhouses were very confused. As for Huang Jing, he was also asked a few questions. This guy had not said anything before. What was he trying to hide? Huang Jing did not explain much either. He only said that he felt that the matter was not over yet. He would wait for Fang Ping to return first to understand the details, and then report to the rank 9s. The few MCMAU fellows had pushed the blame away and accepted the credit. This made Nan Yunyue and Zhang Weiyu speechless. Since when did MCMAU become like this? After understanding the cause and process of the incident, everyone finally looked at the monster carcasses and the energy stones. According to the situation that Fang Ping had explained to them, as well as the exposure of Skygate City's Lord of Skygate City's divine weapon, the probability of this incident involving humans was not high. From the beginning to the end, No humans had appeared in this dispute. The only person who knew, or rather, the demon who knew, was the Jiao in the Jiao's forest. As for whether the Jiao would expose this, unless the Jiao had a death wish, but according to Fong Ping, the possibility was not high. Although this matter was not over yet, and there would definitely be follow-up, no one continued to ask. Now they would wait and see. If the situation worsened and the monsters from the Forbidden Land attacked, Fong Ping would definitely have to bear part of the responsibility. If not, then it was indeed a meritorious deed. Nan Yunue glanced at the harvest and said lightly, at least 300 caddies of high-ranked energy stones, thousands of caddies of low-ranked energy stones, plus a rank 7 monster carcass, and it's complete. At this moment, even Nan Yunue did not know what to say. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, did not care so much. He asked hurriedly, how much is it worth? 100 billion. Zhang Weiyu replied. Qin Fengqing swallowed hard. I am so poor. Really, really poor. Nan Yunue shook her head. This is no longer just a matter of money. Everyone is in urgent need of energy stones now. Fong Ping, what do you plan to do with them? Fong Ping chuckled. This is MCMAU's, not mine. I don't have the authority to deal with this. Vice-Chancellor Huang, what do you think? Wu Quishan chuckled. You brought these things back. Of course. Old Huang also contributed. How about this? MCMAU will use 3 million credits to buy all of these. Fong Ping said hurriedly, that's too much. I can't use so much. According to what we said earlier, the monster carcass belongs to Vice-Chancellor Huang. This is a monster that he risked his life to kill. I dare not take credit for it. The school can just give me 2 million credits. Of course I can't use it. After the school gives it to me, I won't use it until I'm in urgent need of resources. Besides me, if I die in the catacombs, these things will be donated to MCMAU. Everyone's gaze was slightly strange. This was getting interesting. Wu Quishan and Fong Ping did not seem to notice this. Wu Quishan smiled. Fong Ping, are you sure? Of course. If that's the case, the school won't be polite with you. You and MCMAU are one. When you need it, the school won't be stingy. These credits will always belong to you. Thank you, Vice-Chancellor. There's no need. I should be the one thanking you. Wu Quishan laughed. Beside him, Huang Jing laughed too. Fong Ping, I won't be polite either. I'm going to use this monster to forge a divine weapon. If you need anything in the future, you can call me anytime. With a divine weapon, you'll still have some ability to protect yourself. Thank you, Vice-Chancellor Huang. I'll call you again the next time I go to the catacombs. Huang Jing's face twitched. I'm just saying. Kid, you know what I mean. Why do you have to respond now? The two grandmasters expressed their stance. Fong Ping looked at Lu Polu behind him and said with a smile, Old Lu, I'll bring some life essence back next time. I guarantee that your injuries will be healed. Lu Polu could not help but laugh. I'll be waiting then. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. Don't force it. You're MCMAU's future hope. As they talked, Tian Mu chuckled. With Fong Ping around, why do I feel like MCMAU is more useful than a rank 8 or a rank 9? Speaking of which, Kid Fong, shouldn't you prepare some benefits for me too? The next time you bring a rank 8 monster back, get me a divine weapon? When that time comes, I'm not afraid of a rank 9. If anything happens to you, I'll stand up for you. I think Jiao is quite suitable for you. Why don't you go and get rid of it? Cough, cough. Forget it then. They talked and laughed for a while. Zhang Weiyu glanced at them and did not say a word. Nan Yunue gave a light humph and said lightly, Everything has its own rules. It hasn't come to that. Wu Quishan also laughed. You're overthinking it. Fong Ping is only a rank 5. Today he can destroy half of Skygate City. I think it won't be long before a rank 9 falls at his hands. I'm not too worried. This kid has a lot of luck. He won't die so easily. The few of us old guys can still protect him for a while. As for the monsters, if they really attack Hope City, MCMAU will naturally take responsibility. Even if we can't win, we'll still give the monsters an explanation." As he said that, a golden light suddenly flashed on Fong Ping's body. In the next moment, it fell into Wu Quishen's hand. The golden short sword danced in Wu Quishen's hand, then disappeared in an instant. Wu Quishen smiled faintly and said, "Let me, Wu Quishen, be the one who attacked and killed the monster beasts. The monster beasts are not without intelligence. If they really came, would they really fight to the death with us humans for a few rank 7 or 8 monster beasts? When the time comes, I'll show up." No one said anything. Nan Yunhua and Wu Quishen kept staring at him. The divine weapon that he put away earlier was close to rank 9. Coupled with Wu Quishen's peak rank 8 strength, if he encountered a normal weak rank 9 without a divine weapon, they might not be his match. MCMAU was becoming more and more unpredictable. As for Wu Quishen's so-called responsibility, it was nothing more than him stepping forward. The monsters were not stupid. If Wu Quishen took responsibility, the human powerhouses would not make a move. Whether or not they could kill Wu Quishen depended on the 100 Beasts Forest's own strength. Not to mention, it was not a big deal for humans to kill monsters under normal circumstances. For the sake of divine weapons, it was not like there were no powerhouses who attacked and killed monsters. It was just that this time the commotion was slightly bigger. The 2 top rank 9s did not say anything. The others, on the other hand, had strange looks in their eyes. Wu Quishen also had a divine weapon. In addition, Huang Jing was about to forge a divine weapon. After forging a divine weapon, with a divine weapon in hand, Huang Jing's strength might be the top among rank 7. In addition, there were a few powerhouses on MCMAU's side. Their strength had surpassed CCMAU. The incident that Fong Ping started was considered over for now. As for the huge harvest, it was useless. Fong Ping only took some credits. He did not keep anything. If they killed Fong Ping, could they still exchange his credits for resources at MCMAU? They were looking for death. Fong Ping's conversation with Wu Quishen and the rest earlier was not unnecessary. Many human grandmasters were indeed selfless. They fought bloody battles for humanity. However, Fong Ping, a rank 5 martial artist, was sitting on hundreds of billions of wealth. No, this was not just a matter of wealth. Even if he had money, he might not be able to buy so many things related to cultivation. Even for rank 7 and 8 powerhouses, or even the weakest among the rank 9, these things were worth fighting for. Now there was nothing left. Even if he had some thoughts, it was all gone now. The invisible confrontation came to an end. Qin Feng Qing had been holding it in. After they were done talking, he grabbed Fong Ping, gritted his teeth, and said, "What about me? Don't lie to me. Bastard, I don't believe that all of them were given to you by Jiao." Who were you lying to? He was not stupid. Earlier, when everyone was in a verbal confrontation, he held it in and did not join in. Now that it was over, it was time for him to divide the spoils. Fong Ping sighed softly. "I really didn't dig up much there. About 70 to 80 caddies of low-rank stuff. How about this? I'll give you 50 caddies of low-rank stuff. I% yen hashtag." Qin Feng Qing almost died of anger. Seeing this, Fong Ping laughed again. "Forget it. I can't do anything if you don't believe me. Anyway, I gained a lot this time. I'm not a stingy person. I'll lend you 10,000 credits. I'm going to kill you." Chapter 446. 10,000 credits. Fong Ping, that's too little. Don't you have a big bag of gains yourself? Fong Ping pointed at the big bag next to him. "You have money. Why do you need so much?" Qin Feng Qing said with a long face, "It's not enough. What's the use of this bit of money?" At the side, a few outstanding students from other martial arts universities were all there, including FMS Yao Qingjun. He had been training in the Magic City catacombs. When the war broke out, he rushed back too. When they heard Qin Fengqing say, "This bit of money," a few martial arts university students maintained absolute silence. At this time, they had to get used to the heartache. They would just treat it as Qin Fengqing's harvest of 100,000. 1 billion is useless. How many energy stones can it be exchanged for? How can I bathe in the energy stone essence? If I don't bathe, how can I mutate the celestial bridge? Fang Ping, don't you think so? Fang Ping complained, "Who asked you to be useless? If you have the ability, get a few hundred caddies of life essence for a bath. No one will stop you." Qin Fengqing is useless. Words like that hurt them again. Yao Changjun clutched his chest and took a step back. "Someone give me earplugs. I don't want to listen anymore." Qin Fengqing, who had earned 1 billion in one go and rated a rank 8 lair, was now useless in Fang Ping's eyes. The key was that Qin Fengqing was only rank 4. Did these bastards from MCMAU consider everyone's feelings? Qin Fengqing said mournfully, "I'm only rank 4. There's no other way, okay? Next time when I reach rank 5, I'll raid a rank 9's lair and mine their giant mine too. But you have to let me reach rank 5. Fang Ping, how about this? I'm borrowing from you. Lend me more." "How much?" 1 million credits. Fang Ping was about to kick him when Qin Fengqing said hurriedly, "Don't. We can bargain. What about 800,000 credits? It's only 8 billion. Get lost. Do you think I've never learned math? 24 billion. That was in the past. Credits are worthless now. 1 credit is only 10,000 bucks. Fine. Even if it's 24 billion, you spent tens of billions to treat your injuries and hired a bunch of rank 8. Now that I've broken through rank 5, can you not lend me some?" As these two were talking, the students from the other universities could not take it anymore. Not only the students, even the rank 6 instructors. Only 8 billion. Tens of billions for healing. Hire a bunch of rank 8 martial artists. These words were spoken casually, but in the ears of everyone else, they felt as if their hearts were about to explode. Zhou Qiue suppressed the urge to burst her heart. She walked to Qin Yunqi's side and whispered, "Do they talk like this usually? Or should he just pretend?" Qin Yunqi shook her head. "No, they rarely talk about money. They always talk about which rank 9 is weaker, which rank 9 is easier to trick. Cough, cough, cough." Zhou Qiue almost choked to death. Were the people in MCMAU all devils? She knew Qin Yunqi as well. After all, there were not many strong female martial artists among the martial arts university students. Previously, Magic City Women's University had even tried to recruit Qin Yunqi during her college entrance examination. Zhou Qiue had met Qin Yunqi before. She was a shy girl, but now forget it. Entering MCMAU was like entering a den of thieves. Qin Yunqi continued, "Actually, they don't talk about rank 9 all the time. Sometimes they talk about rank 7 and 8 martial artists. However, Fang Ping and Senior Qin have never been able to kill a high rank. They only escaped from a high rank." The word "only" was used to pierce her heart. Zhou Qiue suddenly felt hopeless. "I'm really behind the times. I can't keep up with the times." The martial artists of the same generation were talking about rank 9 and the problem of tens of billions of cultivation resources. Even if you gave her 10 million, she would laugh herself to death. Zhou Qiue felt hopeless. Yao Chengjun suddenly understood why Li Hansong harassed him those days. How hopeless! How depressing! That iron head had changed completely after coming out of the Nanjiang catacombs. In the past, although Li Hansong was not arrogant, he was still arrogant. He was one of the top prodigies of the current generation. Even when he lost to Fang Ping, he did not feel so hopeless. However, this time in the Nanjiang catacombs, Li Hansong was really hopeless and lost. He often complained to Yao Qingjun, a guy who felt weaker than him. The guys from MCMAU were all lunatics. NMAU's Wang Jinyang was also a lunatic, but lunatics were all very strong. That was why he decided that he wanted to be a lunatic too. At this moment, Yao Qingjun felt that he should be a lunatic too. Seeing these people's faces full of disappointment, Qin Yunqi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Was she bragging? Actually, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing did not really talk about high ranks. However, she felt that she should give Fang Ping some face, so she exaggerated a little. Was this a little too much of a blow? Qin Yunqi felt slightly apologetic. Don't take it seriously. Fang Ping often talked nonsense, so she did not take it seriously. Fang Ping heard Qin Yunqi helping to stab. He did not care too much. It was a small matter. If others could not accept such a small matter, then they were too weak. At this moment, Fang Ping was still arguing with Qin Fengqing. However, when he felt a wisp of mentality brushing past him, Fang Ping suddenly lost interest in arguing with Qin Fengqing. I'll lend you 50,000 credits. 5 billion. Including your own, it's enough for you to soak in a bath. Fang Ping interrupted this guy's rambling and scolded. Stop talking nonsense. Don't use resources recklessly. Even if you earned it yourself, you risked your life to get it. Do you think it's a game? The mutation of the celestial bridge might not be related to energy. It might be related to talent. You're a little lacking. You might not be able to mutate after wasting money. Qin Fengqing suddenly felt a little disappointed. He said helplessly, It's because I'm not talented that I want to become more talented. That 50,000 credits should be enough. The school will use 40,000 credits to buy back your things. 90,000 credits will all be exchanged for energy stones. That should be enough for you, right? It can be exchanged for 6 caddies of high-ranked cultivation stones. It's 6 caddies. Don't use it like 6 grams. This guy Qin Fengqing was really extravagant. Even Fang Ping was not as extravagant as him. Fang Ping had no choice but to spend money before. His injuries at that time could not be healed without a rank 8's protection. That was why he did it. Did Qin Fengqing really think that he did not value money? 6 caddies. Qin Fengqing touched his chin and muttered, Is it enough? Nonsense. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He asked the people around him, Who brought a pen and paper? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Very quickly, though, someone brought a pen and paper. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He quickly wrote a few lines, then passed it to Qin Fengqing. Sign it. What? Qin Fengqing took it and glanced at it. He said with a dumbfounded expression, 2 billion? You owe me a lot from before. You said you don't need to give it to me to lead the way. Fine, forget it then. I know you can't afford it anyway. You're a pauper. 5 billion or 2 billion makes no difference. What about my own share this time? It's the same. Even if you get 100 million, is there a difference between 1 billion and 2 billion? Qin Fengqing thought for a while and nodded. Yes, there was no difference. Sign it. Qin Fengqing did not hesitate this time. He signed it quickly. Fang Ping took the IOU, looked at it, and said, 2 billion. 10% interest per year. It's not considered high. Think about it yourself. Where should you go to work after graduation? You have to earn back at least 200 million interest. Qin Fengqing said sheepishly, How can there be such a high salary? As he said that, Qin Fengqing coughed dryly and said, that if I stay in MCMAU, how much can I get? You. 10 million at most. Qin Fengqing suddenly felt a little hopeless. Then he regained his fighting spirit. I'm not going to return the money. Kill me if you can. Fang Ping glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. I know you're not going to return the money. It's okay. I've already signed the IOU. Prepare to risk your life in the future. If you don't have the money to return it, then sell yourself. Fan Ping felt that it was necessary for Qin Fengqing to stay in MCMAU because he dared to risk his life and could still survive. There were people like Qin Fengqing who valued money more than his life. The key was that most of them were dead. Old Qin could live until now. Fan Ping felt that this kind of person could still be fully utilized before he died. He would think about it when he died. After signing the IOU, Fan Ping did not waste any time. He took out a few larger energy stones from the monster carcass beside him and threw them to Qin Fengqing. Whether this thing was borrowed from the school or from himself, it was the same. Fan Ping felt that there was no need to distinguish himself and MCMAU, too, clearly now. Anyway, it would be his sooner or later. Qin Fengqing hugged the energy stones happily. Fan Ping, however, did not stand on ceremony. He threw his big bag on the monster carcass. This thing belonged to the school. Qin Fengqing's face twitched. He was a little upset. So he had worked himself to death, and in the end he had only gotten a few energy stones, and he even owed a huge debt of 2 billion. Why did he feel like he had lost out? He had also dug up energy stones. Although it was a little less, a big bag of things was exchanged for this little bit. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. He looked at Fan Ping, who had thrown his things on the monster carcass like he was throwing trash. To think that he had hidden it like it was a treasure, comparing oneself to others, really made one want to cry. Qin Fengqing wanted to cry. The people around him were really close to tears. Did rank 4 martial artists cultivate with this? Other people cultivated with caddies of energy stones. It was difficult for them to even subdue it. Qin Fengqing still had a pitiful look on his face. Mother asterisk her. He really wanted to beat these 2 flaunting bastards to death. As he thought about it, Fan Ping took out a fruit that looked like a grape and threw it to Qin Yunqi. Eat it. Qin Yunqi caught the fruit. Her face was flushed. She said in a low voice, "What is it?" 100 honing fruit. "Oh, is it delicious?" "I don't know. I didn't eat it. It's a waste. Try it." "Okay, then I'll eat it." Qin Yunqi did not stand on ceremony. In reality, she did not know what 100 honing fruit was. In the next moment, Qin Yunqi wiped the fruit on her clothes and ate it. A rank 6 instructor at the side wanted to say something, but stopped. His face was twitching in pain. 100 honing fruit. She ate it just like that? Just like that? This was an energy fruit that had the best effect on honing internal organs for rank 4 and 5 martial artists. MCMAU did not have it. If it did, the exchange value would not be less than 1,000 credits. That was the lowest. The rank 6 instructor from another school glanced at Qin Yunqi, then at Fan Ping. These bastards from MCMAU were so king rich. An energy fruit worth tens of millions. She ate it just like that. She did not feel the pinch at all. The point was, even if you had tens of millions, you would not be able to buy this. Not many people knew about the 100 honing fruit. At this time, many people still had no idea. Even Qin Yunqi herself had no idea. She ate one and smiled brightly. "It's delicious. It's sweet. Let's try another one." Fan Ping handed another one over. This time the rank 6 instructor could not hold it in anymore. Seeing that Qin Yunqi was about to eat it again, he said hurriedly, "Don't eat it." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yunqi had already swallowed it. "This is 100 honing fruit." The rank 6 instructor's face was full of grief and indignation. His tone was bleak as he said, "After eating one, you can hone your internal organs 24 hours a day for 3 days. The speed is extremely fast, and the effect is excellent. What a waste." As soon as he said that, the rank 4 and 5 martial artists were shocked. 24 hours of nonstop honing? For 3 days? 72 hours of nonstop honing. Such an effect was comparable to a month of their cultivation. Moreover, the effect was even better. Did this not mean that eating one fruit was equivalent to 2 months of hard work for them? If you eat 2, the excess energy will dissipate in 4 to 5 days. This is wasting at least half of the 100 honing fruits' medicinal effect. What a waste! The instructor from another school shook his head continuously. Disregarding the price, this thing was really hard to come by. It grew in an energy mineral vein. Not just anyone could get their hands on it. Although some top-notch powerhouses had no use for it, they still wanted to get some for their children and descendants. Unfortunately, they could not get their hands on it. Fang Ping saw Chen Yunqi looking at him and smiled. It's okay. I have plenty. I pulled a whole vine back earlier. There were 17 or 18 fruits on it. It's okay to eat a few. Oh, then don't waste it. I'll just eat 2. Chen Yunqi was not a fool. After hearing the instructor's words, she knew how precious this fruit was. However, Chen Yunqi felt that there was no need to be too polite. If she was too polite, it would make people feel like they were strangers. She felt that she and Fang Ping did not need to be so distant. When I get back to school, I'll plant some seeds. If I plant energy stones, I might be able to keep them alive. Plant fruits with energy stones? Everyone's hearts were pierced into despair once again. Did he have so many energy stones that he could plant fruits? All right, seeing those big bags of energy stones, they believed him. For a moment, everyone was silent. Qin Fengqing wanted to say something, but seeing the murderous look in Fang Ping's eyes, he shut his mouth obediently. He would not provoke Fang Ping now. When he broke through, he would think of a way to borrow the fruit from Fang Ping. Fang Ping stopped talking. He listened attentively to the Grand Master's conversation while observing his own data. Wealth, 12 billion converted vitality, 5,800 calories, 5,999 calories, mentality, 850 hertz, 899 hertz, bones honed, 177 bones 100%, 29 bones 90%, storage space, 32 cubic meters plus energy shield, 10,000 wealth / minute. His wealth was only 12 billion. However, in order to expand the space, he had spent 14 billion. Including the activation of the energy shield and some of the previous consumption, his remaining wealth was less than 3 billion. This also meant that Fang Ping's wealth had increased by 9 billion. 9 billion. Clearly, something was not right. Fang Ping calculated for a while. This meant that the credits had not been settled yet. The settlement was only for the items that he had hidden away. Naturally, he would not throw away all the good stuff. Fang Ping kept some extremely pure energy stones, plus some weapons and the like. He did not take them out this time. It was too conspicuous. There was also the 100 honing fruit. Fang Ping did not hand it over either, keeping it with him instead. The system had given a value of 9 billion for these items. 2 million credits. That was 40 billion wealth. If that's the case, after the credits are settled, my wealth will exceed 50 billion. This time, the system did not settle some of the items for him. For example, although he was the one who brought back the monster carcass, it was indeed killed by Huang Jing. He had also given it to Huang Jing, so it was not counted as his items. It's not 100 billion, but it's nothing. It'll exceed 50 billion after this. And the space has been expanded to 32 cubic meters, spending more than 10 billion. No matter how you look at it, it's a big profit. Fang Ping was sure that a rank 9 would not earn money as fast as him. Not to mention a rank 9, although he had only been down for a day this time. Even a rank 9 paragon would not earn money as fast as he did. If I can't do it this time, I'll do it next time. 50 billion the first time. It'll be more than 100 billion the second time. As for the credit settlement, a few million credits would not do now. He would think about it when he returned to school.